Okay, why don't we just start talking and we'll see what's going on.
Okay.
Okay, I think the first point that I want to make is that what we're looking at here, what you see all around you in terms of people coming out, ice skating, doing some sledding, taking the kids out, a lot of kids here, this is the way we see the future of Burlington's waterfront. This is what we want people to be able to enjoy. In fact, where we're standing right now used to contain a very large tank, like one of those tanks over there. And what we were able to do last year is get rid of some of the tanks and open up park space right here. There are benches, picnic spaces, and it gives people an opportunity to get out, right out to the lake and enjoy it. Our hope is that if the bond issue is passed on March 3rd, that we're going to have right near here a community boathouse, so that in the wintertime as well as the summertime, it'll be a facility that can be widely used by the people of Burlington. It can be a place where on a day like today, people can come inside, put on their skates, get some hot chocolate,
Get out of the cold.
yeah, basically get out of the cold and warm up. Now, we've made some real progress, and we want to continue that effort. Our hope is that on March 3rd, if the people vote for the bond issue, we're going to be able to expand the bicycle path, which is utilized not only in the summertime, but it's utilized in the wintertime for cross-country skiing. So you're going to have a cross-country skiing area that is going to go from the mouth of the Winooski all the way into South Burlington, and that's really nice. People can stop along here to get warm in the community boathouse. We're also going to have, for the summertime, if the bond issue is passed, another boat launching area. We have a boat launching area right here in the summertime. We want to open another one up at Perkins Pier. So we think we have made some real progress in terms of opening up the waterfront in the last few years by acquiring the mobile oil beach. That's a 7-acre beach, by expanding Perkins Pier right here, by doubling the amount of park space, by building the bicycle path, by getting a mile of new beach space out on the north end, and also by rezoning the downtown waterfront so that we'll be able to prohibit the type of development that we don't want. And if we pass the bond issue on March 3rd, there's going to be just that much more in terms of public amenities for the people of Burlington. Now, let me play roving reporter here. Let me see what we can do here. Hi. I'm playing roving reporter. That's Nat Air, and he's with, this is for a cable access program. Can I talk to you for a moment?
Sure.
Okay. So what do you think about the waterfront down here now?
Well, I think it looks great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you live in Burlington?
Yes.
Great. Do you know that there's a bond issue on March 3rd, which will allow us to build some more public amenities down here in the waterfront? Did you know that?
Yes.
How are you feeling about it? You going to support it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So tell me your thoughts. Here you are.
My thoughts? Well, if you could do something about getting perfect ice every
Perfect.
year.
You see the problems that a mayor has. People never give up. Perfect ice. It's the world's largest ice skating rink here. We've got a 10-mile ice.
Perfect ice.
Perfect ice. Okay.
We've got it today, but you don't get it every year.
Well, you finally have some tolerable weather here.
Yes.
What we need on days like today when Bruegel-esque type for
You know, the
landscape.
painter,
Yes.
Right? What we need now is a little hot dog stand.
Okay. But here's the point. Here's the point. If you vote for on March 3rd for the bond issue, we're going to have a community boathouse which is going to do just that. Hot chocolate, hot dogs, a place for people to change into their skates, to warm up. We can use that. I'm getting cold. But
Little vendors.
yeah, yes. I mean, I can't tell you exactly what it's going to look like, but that's what the thought is. But what excites me now is just the number of people that are coming down here.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
This is what happens when you have perfect ice.
This is what life should be like, though. A little hockey, a little skating, a little
Absolutely.
tobogganing, a little, kites.
That's right.
Everything going on at once.
Yep. No, it's really nice. Really nice. Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Do you want to be on not candid camera? Hi, that's Nat Air. He's with
his mother's.
You're his mother. That's okay. He's a nice kid. You know, it's very nice. We should be proud.
She's from South Burlington.
I'm from South Burlington.
South Burlington. Get her off the air.
We're from Burlington, though, Steve.
That's
No,
it.
we can't.
You recollect, you've come to I'm Jim Frazier, you've come to
Right, I recall that. Right. Now, even though you're from South Burlington, you're going to utilize Burlington's waterfront, right?
That's right.
You're going to come down here.
Wonderful.
What do you think about the possibility of opening up all of this area for people to enjoy? Does it mean something to the people in South Burlington?
I think it would be terrific. As long as we can utilize the resources well.
Well, we'll let you in, even if you are from South Burlington. Okay, thank you.
Okay. You're
Okay, let's see what we got down here, Nat. If I disappear into a hole, you get the candid picture. Excuse me. Hi, I'm Mayor Sanders.
Yeah.
We're doing a program which can't go any further than this. This is the end of the... All right, here he comes.
Okay.
We're doing a program on cable access. Okay, Channel 15. And just, you guys have some of these...
Free skates. Yeah.
Wind thing.
Okay,
Wind
things. That's
Wind
what they
things.
look like. All right, so what I want to ask you is... do you live in Burlington, by the way?
I live in Winooski. He lives in Burlington.
Okay, well, it doesn't, even if you live in Winooski, that's
Really?
okay.
I'm still included?
Hey, we'll talk to you. Hey, what the hell? What do you see the potential of the waterfront for activities like this?
Great.
Have you had this thing down here before? Or?
Actually, I never sailed here last year because the ice wasn't any good.
Right.
But it was only because of the ice.
Yeah.
But I've been sailing here all week.
Okay, how's it? You enjoying it, huh?
Yeah, it's a little busy today, but
It is.
I'm not gonna
But that's what we want. We want
Well, of
people
course,
to come
it's
down
great
here.
to watch.
Yeah, it is really nice.
You know, if I wanted to sail someplace where there weren't people, then I should have come down earlier this morning.
Are you aware that we have a bond issue on March 3rd, which will enable us to do a lot more for the waterfront in terms of building a community boathouse somewhere right near here, where people can go inside, get a hot dog, get some hot chocolate, warm up.
So that's going to be operating in the winter too.
Sure, yeah, it's year-round. In the summertime, it will allow us to rent out boats at reasonable rates. In the wintertime, we can rent out figure-majigs like that, I suppose.
With big disclaimers, no responsibility.
Okay, does that make sense to you?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay. All right, you know, one of our goals is to make sure that we keep the waterfront open to all the people, and that we utilize it in ways like we're utilizing it today, okay?
Well, the lake belongs to the folks. So.
Okay, good enough. Okay, thanks a lot. Okay. It's on Channel 15, and one of the things we're talking about is the potential of Burlington's waterfront to be utilized in ways like this. So what do you think?
I think it has tremendous potential. It's one of the last few places around that where you really can play and have fun and come out and enjoy yourself, and it's very it's conducive to having the family come down and stuff like that.
Right.
It's really a nice.
Do you live in Burlington?
I live in Shelburne.
Okay.
And I work right across the street, and I come down here.
Okay. One of the things that we're trying to do is get a bond issue passed this March, which will allow us to improve the public amenities down here, build a community boathouse right around here, which I think will add a lot to it.
I do too.
What do you think, young lady? You like ice skating on the lake?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the first time you've been ice skating?
No.
Okay.
First time this year, though.
Okay. Your dad is having to do all the hard work, you know, getting the skates the hardest part. Anyone could skate, you know. Getting the skates on that's hard.
It certainly is.
Okay.
Hi, Bernie.
Good. How's it going?
I don't know if you remember me from the conference this summer in California. It's at Berkeley.
You were there?
Yeah, remember I pulled up in the Vermont car right
Oh,
as you-
right. How you doing?
Good, my name's Art Babbitt.
Right, and we got a, thank you. We got some nice letter from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're on television.
Hi, Mom.
not going out to California.
Good. So how things going? I was in the office today when you came in. Just up from Amherst for the weekend.
Good enough. You going to school there? Or?
Yeah, at Amherst College.
Good. So what do you think about the waterfront? Looks nice, huh?
Oh, it looks beautiful.
Okay.
Things have come along nicely.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the summer so I can come up here, stay up here for one summer and check out the path.
Okay. Yeah, we got some good progress on the bicycle path. It's being used for cross-country skiing as well.
Good.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, well, take care. Thanks a lot for your help.
And I'll be up here on the 3rd.
Okay, good. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. And now here is...
Please don't interview me.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
Dan Rather. This is 60 Minutes. We're here in Burlington, Vermont, just talking to folks.
It's a great day to be out talking.
It is a good day. How you doing?
Great day to be out doing anything. Sarah, come here a sec. I want to introduce you to Bernie.
Oh my God, it's such a frightening person.
I described her to you as being the King Friday of Burlington. If
King-
you watch Mr. Rogers, you know who King Friday was. She's been trying to understand what voting's all about, because people vote across the street from our house. And she's been with us to vote, so I did it all in relation to King Friday.
Okay, you know there's a bond issue on which will allow us to build some more public amenities down here on the waterfront. We're going to have, if we can pass it, we're going to have a community boathouse probably somewhere right near here. We're going to be able to expand and extend the bicycle path.
Great.
We're going to get another boat access area for the people who do boating. We're going to have a community boathouse which will allow us to rent out boats at a reasonable rate. You're going to support it?
Absolutely.
Going to urge all of your friends out there in TV land to support it? All right.
We're big water people.
Okay.
Don't have a boat, but we enjoy them.
Okay, well, you'll be able to rent one inexpensively.
Great.
Okay,
Great. Good luck.
Thanks very much. Hi, how you doing?
I think you're doing a great job with the city, and we're going to vote for you and wish you luck in your campaign. I think it's great. You want to hear that, I'm sure.
There it is. Tell the people out in TV.
No, really, I support you 100%. I think you're doing a great job.
Thanks a million.
Thanks. And this is Sarah Conant.
Hi, Sarah. You want to say hello to the people out and
Want to talk into the television?
see yourself on television?
No, thanks.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah. Okay. Can you be on TV? Well, what do you think, Nat? Can this young lady be on TV? Sure. But first, you have to tell us what your name is. What's your name?
Kelly Herrera.
Kelly Herrera. Do you live in Burlington, Kelly?
I live in Underhill and Shelburne.
You live in Underhill and Shelburne. Okay, good enough. Do you like skating here out on the ice?
Yeah.
Pretty nice day today, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, have a nice time, Kelly.
Thank you.
Okay, and what's your name?
Jessica.
Jessica, where do you live, Jessica?
Burlington.
You live in Burlington. Okay, do you like skating out on the ice?
Yeah.
Pretty nice day, huh?
Mhm.
Have you fallen yet?
A little bit.
A little bit. I see you got a bloody lip. That's okay. Let me see you skate. You a good skater? Pretty good. Excellent. Okay. Where are my skates? This is a new type of skates. So you can do all kinds of things. And you don't fall. How are you doing, Bill? So you've been fishing or what? You just...
Well, I went this morning, but they weren't biting, so...
Well, let me talk to you. We're doing a program for cable access. This is Bill Blanchard, who is a former alderman and a member of the state legislature. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing great, Mayor. It's, you know, you can't ask for a better day. I mean, the ice is all crystal clear, and everybody seems to be enjoying it, just like back in the old days. I know you don't like me to refer back to the old days, but over here on our right, just below the shanty town, that used to be a skating rink, and of course they used to charge then, but this is free, and that's why maybe
the old days, we didn't know that anything happened in Burlington before 6 years ago. Was that we thought the city was just discovered.
happening.
Things happened,
but this is
nice.
It's really beautiful.
So what do you think of this area over here? It's nice, isn't it? Opening this area right here.
Yeah, that was a good move. Taking down the tanks.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, it's nice right now in the wintertime. In the summertime, it's nicer. I mean,
so you're going to support the bond issue on March 3rd to build some more public amenities down here?
Hey. I'll vote for the bond issue. The thing is, the people enjoy it, and it's like anything else. If you want things, you have to pay for them. It's as simple as that.
You're right. That's about it. It's, you know, the hope is to have a community boathouse somewhere around here, to get another boat access area down by Moran Plant, and expand the bike path. And it's really nice to see so many people out here.
Oh, it sure is. I haven't seen you know, this larger group on the lake for a number of years. It's like I say, the weather's good, and it's just ideal skating day.
It is beautiful.
Yeah, there's something about the lake. I mean, you know, you have your indoor rinks, but it's not like being out in the open air.
Absolutely right. No, I couldn't agree with you more.
If I was younger, I'd go home and get my skates, but I'd have to wear. Have to wear a helmet.
38 years old. That's not that old, Bill.
No, it's great.
Okay, good enough. Take care.
You're welcome, man.
Hi. Hey, how you doing? Good. How you doing? Could I talk to you on channel 15? You want to be on TV?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm always game for being on television.
There you go. Okay, that's Nat Air, and that is with channel 15, the public access station.
What's that?
So we're just talking about the potential of Burlington's waterfront. What do you think?
I think it has a lot of potential if there would be some improvements to it.
Okay. Do you live in Burlington?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know there's a bond issue on the ballot on March 3rd, Election Day, which will allow us to improve the publicly owned property on the waterfront? Are you going to support it?
I'm in favor of it. However, I'm a registered voter in South Burlington. I just happen to live in Burlington.
I see. Okay. Well, urge your friends. It'll give us a community boathouse around here where people can warm up
I certainly think that one of the greatest assets Burlington has is its waterfront. It's a shame that it hasn't been more fully developed.
Right, I agree. Well, we're making some progress.
Yes. Well,
And we want to keep going. So tell your friends to vote for the bond issue.
Sure.
Okay? Thanks a lot.
Oh, it's great. Great day out here today.
It is a good day.
Pretty girls out here skating with us. Nice weather. What more could you ask for?
Okay. Are you going to vote for the bond issue on March 3rd, which will allow us to build some more public amenities out here?
Bernie, I'm voting for you, and I'll vote for the bond issue, sure.
All right,
why not?
good enough. Now, what we can have is a community boathouse not far from here.
Well, listen. Oh, yeah.
So people in the wintertime can go in, get some hot chocolate, get some hot dogs, change your skates inside. What do you think?
Great
All right.
idea. Sounds like a great idea.
Good
I'm
enough.
surprised Ben & Jerry's aren't open down here today.
Well, that's true. Okay, obviously, most of the attention, I think, in the last couple of weeks has been on the mayoral election here in Burlington. But there are also a number of very important bond issues. And obviously, the bond issue that I've been talking to people down here about is the Waterfront bond issue. And that's a $2.9 million bond issue, which will allow us to continue the efforts that we've been making in the last couple of years in terms of opening up Burlington's waterfront to all of our people. We've now got a bicycle path that runs from one end of the city to the other. We want to widen it. At some areas, we want to expand it. And the bond issue will allow us to do that. The bond issue will most importantly allow us to build a beautiful community boathouse down here, which can be used in the summertime for boat rentals, in the winter time as a warming hut where people can get some hot chocolate, change into their ice skates, and so forth. We're also going to have another boat access area. So the issue of the bond issue for the waterfront to allow us to expand public amenities on city-owned property is a very important one. But there are a number of other very important bond issues on that I want to talk about a little bit. We are asking for a 4-cent tax increase for the police department, and that will allow us to increase the manpower on the police department by about 7 members, also allow us to expand our summer park patrol, our auxiliary police department, put money into women's self-defense programs, some programs regarding sexual harassment, and other types of programs. So we hope that people will give strong thought to supporting the tax increase for the police. There's a tax increase on for the school department, and that's a very important issue. I think we've been making some real progress in Burlington schools, and we need to continue to support the schools. The essential problem regarding the financial situation of our schools has to do with the disastrous state aid to education program formula which presently exists, and we're trying to change that in Montpelier. But in the meantime, I think we're going to need more money from the schools, and the property taxes the only available way to get that money right now. We're also talking about another issue which has to do with condo conversion. Right now there's a problem in Burlington in that some landlords are rapidly converting their apartment units into condos and essentially making it impossible for present tenants to remain in that housing. There's a question on the ballot which will give tenants more time in order to figure out ways that they could either own the condo themselves or have their tenants organization set up a co-op, or have the city maybe get involved in that. But that's an important issue. And there's another issue on which will call for an increase of 0.5% in the property transfer tax to come to the people of the city of Burlington. Right now we get nothing out of that. All of that money goes to the state. Our hope is that we can get 0.5% to go to the city to be used for 2 purposes. Number one, property tax relief for the elderly, as well as rent relief. Some of that money can go into renters rebate program. And second of all, some of that money can go to the general operating budget of the city. It's an important issue. So there are a number of important ballot items on, in addition to the mayoral election and the aldermanic elections and the school board elections, and we hope that people will give very serious thought to supporting those items. In my view, the city of Burlington is today moving forward in a wide variety of areas in terms of street repaving, sewer improvements. We're going to be cleaning up the kinds of effluent that go into the lake. We're making some progress in building affordable housing in the city, and we're making real progress. And it's important that we continue to go forward to make sure that our schools, our police department, our infrastructure is as strong as it can possibly be. So I hope that people on March 3rd will give support to those tax and bond issues. Thanks. The issue that we're going to discuss today is certainly one of the most important issues facing the people of the city of Burlington, and in fact the people of the state of Vermont. And it deals with a fair method for funding education. Let me begin by making a few simple points about which there should not be major disagreement within our state. The state of Vermont must guarantee that every child in Vermont, no matter where he or she lives and regardless of the income of that child's family, the state of Vermont must guarantee that that child receives a quality education and the opportunity to advance his or her intellectual capabilities to the greatest degree possible. In my view, there is no more important function that a civilized society undertakes than the education of its young people. The debate that we have been having in the state for the last several years, and a debate that will be, in fact, the most important issue that the Vermont State Legislature will deal with this year, is a simple one. Number one, how much money should the state appropriate into state aid for education? Number two, how do we raise that money in a fair and equitable manner which asks those people and institutions who can best afford to pay higher taxes for education to pay their fair share while leaving alone those low and moderate income people who simply cannot afford higher and higher taxes? How do you raise the money that you need for education in a fair way? Three, how do we best distribute the state aid to education to make certain that those communities who are in need of additional funding actually receive the help that they need? How do you get that money out to those communities who most need it? Those are, in fact, the major issues that the legislature is going to have to tackle in terms of state aid to education. Last month, the Board of Aldermen of the City of Burlington and I were in unanimous agreement that the so-called foundation proposal being supported by Governor Cunin was a very incorrect and unfair approach toward dealing with the crisis of educational funding in Vermont. In my view, the foundation proposal moves in exactly the wrong direction because it will make Vermont even more dependent upon the regressive and unfair property tax than we are today. And today we are one of the states in the Union that is most dependent upon this absurd way, the property tax, this absurd way of funding education and municipal services. The foundation proposal is not a progressive or fair proposal because under it, working people, elderly people, and poor people who own homes in so-called property-rich towns will be asked to pay higher and higher property taxes to go into the state aid to education coffers. Conversely, under the foundation plan, there will be millionaires in the state of Vermont who happen not to live in the so-called property-rich towns who will see no increases in their taxes for educational funding. In fact, in some instances, they may actually see a decline in their taxes as a result of the foundation proposal. Rather arbitrarily, therefore, and as a function of geography, poor people's taxes will go up if they have the misfortune to live in town X, while a millionaire will see no increase in his taxes if he happens to live in town Y. This is a highly irrational methodology on which to base revenue collection, in my opinion. We should ask individuals to pay taxes based on their ability to pay, not on which town they happen to reside in. Secondly, and equally absurd, the distribution aspect of the foundation proposal once again ignores the income of the residents of a town and their ability to pay, and distributes state aid to education solely, once again, on the property wealth of the town. That is why, under the foundation proposal, a town like Shelburne, which has one of the highest median adjusted gross incomes in the state of Vermont, would receive a $600,000 increase in state aid to education, which amounts to an almost 200% increase over what that town is getting through the Morse-Giuliani formula, while Burlington, with the lowest median adjusted gross income in Chittenden County, would see no increase in state aid to education, and that's at best. At worst, we would see a statewide property tax come in here, raise people's property taxes, to send it to Shelburne and other communities. If the foundation plan is grossly unfair, what in fact is a sensible solution to the crisis in educational funding in Vermont? A solution that would ask those individuals and institutions who could afford to pay higher taxes to pay their fair share, while leaving alone the vast majority of our citizens who simply cannot afford higher and higher taxes. Also, what type of proposal would distribute state aid in an equitable manner? In other words, it's one thing to criticize a proposal, it is another thing to come up with a more sensible proposal that does what has to be done, and that is to provide quality education in a fair manner for all the kids in the state of Vermont. For a start, the state government itself cannot run away from its responsibility for raising the additional revenue that we need. Governor Cunin has proposed a $3 million increase in state aid to education this year. Given the educational needs of our state, this is an insignificant sum of money. Last year, for example, the governor increased state aid to education by $9 million over the previous year, which at least was beginning to accept the state's full responsibility. This year, we're talking about a $3 million increase in state aid to education. In my view, I would concur with the Vermont League of Cities and Towns that a $22.8 million increase in state aid to education funding would be an appropriate amount if we are serious about providing real help to the school children of our state. Where do we get that money, and what is the fairest and most equitable approach toward raising close to $23 million? Number one, actual growth this year in existing state taxes now going in to the state aid to education program would equal $5.3 million. Obviously, all of this money should go into the state aid to education. This requires no tax increase at all. That's just natural growth in the state, and that $5.3 million immediately should be targeted to the state aid to education program. Number two, during the last 5 years under President Reagan, the wealthiest people in the state of Vermont have been paying significantly less in personal and corporate income taxes as a result of a variety of tax breaks for the wealthy established in Washington. As Vermont's personal and corporate tax system is coupled to the federal system, these same individuals have, over the last 5 years, been paying less in state personal and corporate income taxes, which is why we recently had a deficit and why we today are inadequately funding education. To my mind, the fairest way to raise the desperately needed revenue that we need to adequately fund education is through an increase in the personal and corporate income tax, which would ask those individuals and institutions who can best afford to pay, who have been paying less in the last 5 years than they previously did, to start paying their fair share. A 7% increase in the Vermont personal income tax for those individuals in our state earning $60,000 a year or more, on just that part of their income over $60,000, would raise approximately $9 million. That means nobody who is earning less than $60,000 a year would be asked to pay anything more in state income taxes, and those people earning $60,000 or more would have to pay 7% more, not on the first $60,000, but only on that income above $60,000. These individuals would now be paying 33% of their federal tax liability to the state of Vermont, rather than 26% for their income over $60,000. I should point out here that the wealthiest individual in the state of Vermont would still, under this proposal, be paying far less in state and federal income taxes than he or she paid 6 years ago. Number three, a slight increase in the corporate income tax in the state of Vermont would bring in approximately $3 million in new revenue. In my view, this is an appropriate approach because corporate tax rates have also declined in the last 5 years under President Reagan. Lastly, I would propose a state tax on vacation homes of non-residents of Vermont. This tax would be an add-on to the local tax rate and would make the total tax rate on these vacation homes equal to 80% of the average tax rate in Vermont. This tax would bring in approximately $5 million. To conclude, if we are serious about increasing state aid to education so that all of our children receive a quality education, And if we believe that this money should be raised from those who can best afford to pay, we can go a long way toward improving the current situation without forcing low and moderate income Vermonters to pay 1 cent more in taxes than they are presently paying. This approach to me is a far superior approach than that offered by the Foundation proposal. Thank you very much.
If they hold the plane for him at 10 o'clock, if he gets in, if the Delta plane gets in before 10 or by 10, they'll hold the PBA plane. If it doesn't get in, they won't, and won't be in until tomorrow. That's from January. So cute! Progressive's out.
Number one?
Yeah, this is the first. Great. How did they paint this?
Can you see the cover there?
Update.
Yeah. Update.
They're holding a PBA flight until 10:15. They'll either be in at 11:30 or not at all.
So this plane makes it to Boston by 10.
Yeah, we've got Eastern flying in and getting in a car to get him over the PBA and back.
It's great to be made.
Yeah, well, Don Melvin's with me too.
Well, I know. It's good to be a Gannett newspaper.
Power of Canada. I don't know about you, but we're going to go down to the end of the runway park and watch the planes.
To go to the airport lounge. Oh, it's much more fun with the park.
Fiscal Express, teaching anybody traveling to the United Express area, Montreal. Would you please report the Fiscal Express check-in? Anybody traveling north on I-89? Thank you.
Okay, here it is. Breaking the blockade.
courageous reporter there in the front line.
Really?
Held up well.
Great on one on. Everybody says it's great. I can't wait to meet them all.
One is not an expert on Nicaragua after spending 7 days there, but you know enough to understand that much of what the media and the president have been talking about is absolutely untrue. These are people who suffered for 45 years under a terrible dictatorship, and they're fighting back, and they're trying to build a society where people can live decently. It's a very strange feeling meeting with the leadership of the government. You meet with a guy like Thomas Borge, who has the unenviable distinction of probably, they call him the most tortured man in the world. You're talking to a guy now who's the Minister of Interior, who was held prisoner by Somoza, was tortured horribly. Daniel Ortega, who spent 8 years in jail fighting for his country's freedom. All of them have been in jail. Many of them have been tortured. The overwhelming thing that comes out from them is not an anti-capitalism, but a sense of nationalism. For many, many years, their country was dominated and overrun by American interests, and now they want to stand on their own 2 feet and be a free and independent people. And I think that they're entitled to it. That's basically what it comes down to. They are trying to run their own society in their own way. Their leadership are intelligent people. They are not, to quote Ronald Reagan, Looney Tune characters. Many of the things that we saw were impressive. They're building hospitals. They're building schools. They're educating their children. There's a tremendous sense of energy. You go to the hospitals and the people are proud. You ask the people, and I knocked on many doors. I just went all around and stopped people and you ask them, are you with the government or not? And they kind of laugh. They don't quite understand what you're talking about. Of course they're with the government. I have to say, though, that Ronald Reagan is succeeding in many ways. What he wants to do, of course, through the war and through the embargo, is to destroy their economy. And he's having that impact. You knock on doors and you talk to people, and the cost of goods is going up. And people are feeling that, and they're hurting. And that's having an impact on the society. The war effort, the having to fight against the Contras, is taking away tremendous resources, which they would rather be using for education and for their people. And that's hurting them, too. The other thing, I think, the last thing that I would say at this time, and I've been on the plane for 14 hours, so I'm a little tired, is it is totally amazing that, considering the fact they are now fighting a war supported and financed by the United States government, the lack of anti-Americanism, and in fact the affection and fondness for the American people is amazing. This is, of course, the first time that I've been to Central America. But Central America is America. They are Americans. They play baseball, they play basketball, they watch the same stupid American television programs that we watch. You feel a real kinship for these people, and they want to be part of us. And the second thing is, they want Americans to come down and see their country. You can go any place you want. You can talk to anybody that you want to talk to. Now, I'm sure the Nicaraguan government is not perfect. They acknowledge that they have made many mistakes. They have made many mistakes. But they are not afraid to have people come down. One should understand why it is that the President of the United States does not want you to go down, wants to break relationships with them. And they say, please come down. You can go any place you want. One might understand or try to figure out what the motives of the President are. Okay, thank you very much.
Anything new did...
I just came back from a 14-hour trip, so
Bernie, there's been some question, though, about you being completely uncritical. Is there anything at all that you would say?
That's enough for tonight. I'll have more to say on it.
When will you have more to say?
You should get there with the mic, though. Yeah, a country of 3 million people, poor people, are certainly a military threat to a nation of 230 million people with the largest and most powerful military force on the world. You tell me that they are a military threat to the United
Bernie,
States.
Burlington's sister city is inhabited largely by people. What does this talk about? They charge
tell you 10 hours. Just a lot of things happen that we
Do you think there's a reluctance upon people to
That's
criticize them at all just because they're
That's enough for tonight, please. Okay.
14 hours, Debbie, 14 hours on a trip.
Can we want to go out for a beer or something? Or sure. Thanks. I left my luggage in.
Let's go.
Okay, great. Let me. I
Oh,
think
gotta
we
get the
yeah, we
luggage.
should pick up the luggage. Oh, that was enough. December 27th, and it's going to be the last program of the year 1987 that we'll be recording. And what I wanted to do on this program, which we think will probably be an hour program, is do something a little bit different than what we've done in the past. And that is to maybe reflect on some of the activities of the past year, do a little bit of traveling about the city and see what's going on, talk a little bit about what we expect to see happening in the future. And with me today is my special guest. This is Levy Sanders, who is my son, who is just spending the Christmas holidays back from college in Springfield, Massachusetts. And behind the camera is Nat Air. And before we go any further, I do want to thank the people at CCTV, Nat Air and Lauren Glendavidian and the others for the tremendous help which they provided me and many of us on cable access, not only for this program, but for the Board of Aldermen programs, the school board programs, the city attorney's programs, the youth office programs, the arts council programs, and other programs. One of the thoughts that I feel very strongly about, one of the things that I feel very strongly about, is that in a democracy, people have got to know what's going on in their own communities. And to a large degree, the mass media does not do that. And I think in terms of cable access, we're making some real progress in allowing the people of Burlington and of our region to know what is happening in their own community. And we're excited about that, and we in fact intend to do everything that we can to expand the concept of cable access, to get more people from the community, not only those associated with government, but people in general on television so that they can better communicate with their neighbors. All right, before we move on to a new location, let me reflect a few things about what's been happening in this building this last year and what will happen during the next year. And that is, while we look at the various problems that the city has, it's important to understand how the city is able to raise the revenue that it needs in order to address the problems. Sometimes I think people think that if they identify a problem, they say, well, we have a problem in Burlington, or we have a problem in the state of Vermont, that's enough. Well, it's not enough, because what one also has to think about is how do we raise the revenue that we need in order to address the problem. One of the phenomenon that has been going on in this country in the last year, and in fact the last number of years, is that the wealthiest people in our country are becoming wealthier. And in fact, recent figures, recent statistics that came out from the federal government show us that 1/2 of 1% of the population of the United States owns, well, let me get out and tell you what it owns. That in fact the 1/2 of 1% of the population owns 35% of the wealth in this country, and the wealthiest 10% of the population own over 70% of the wealth. And the gap between the richest people and the poorer people are growing. It's growing. It's getting worse. And what that means to me is that as I look at the social problems facing our society, and I say, okay, how do we get the money to address those problems? From what part of society should we ask people to pay taxes to address the problems? It seems clear to me that we've got to ask those people who can best afford to pay to contribute to solving the problems rather than going to working people and poor people. To a large degree, the tax system in this country is extremely unfair, and that it asks working people and elderly people and poor people to pay too much, while large corporations and wealthy people do not pay their fair share. So when we have debates up here on the Board of Aldermen, one of the issues that is always right out there in the fore is how do you raise the money? And one of the reasons we have had a lot of controversy over the last 6 to 7 years since I've been mayor is that I have attempted to raise taxes in other than the property tax, in more progressive ways. The property tax is a regressive form of taxation. And to a large degree here in Vermont, all of the cities and towns are dependent upon the property tax. There's now a major battle taking place throughout the state in order to have the cities and towns break their dependency on the property tax. In the last 4 or 5 years, we have made some success here in Burlington, and we'll talk about that as we travel around the city. When the streets are now dug up, it is not the property taxpayers who have to repair them, but in fact the utilities who do the digging. We're now beginning to get a little bit of money from UVM, not enough money. We have a gross receipts tax, which means that when visitors come and eat in our restaurants or stay in the hotel, they are now contributing toward the tax base of the city, to helping us provide the services that they need. And we also have a classification system of taxation, which is asking industrial and commercial property to be paying at a higher assessment than just residential property. So we think we're making some progress. We clearly have a long way to go. But as we look at the problems that we face, it is absolutely imperative that we understand how can you raise the revenue in a fair and progressive manner rather than taking the money from working people or poor people and elderly people. And that's an issue that we debate here all the time and that we'll continue to discuss. Okay, we're on our way. The next stop will be, in fact, just a block away from City Hall, and that is the Burlington Free Press, which plays a very, very important role in having, in how the people of this region, not only the city, but the entire region, northern Vermont, understand what's going on in their community. So I'll have a few words to say about the Free Press. We're on our way. Thank you. All right. Oh gosh, $1.25. We're off. They raised the rates recently?
They raised the rates.
They did?
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't know. I remember a week ago I plugged in Mason. Said $1.25.
All right, here we go.
There's one in the ball.
One. Now $1.25.
Oh, at least some bloopers.
3. A lot of money. 4, 5.
Take a sock out of it. How you start?
Okay, we're standing in front of the Burlington Free Press building. And when we talk about Burlington and when we talk about the state of Vermont, you have to talk about institutions like the Burlington Free Press because they play an extremely important role. And when you're a politician, as I am, or when you're in public life, you're very sensitive to that role because to a large degree, how people perceive what's happening and what they feel is important is very much influenced by the Burlington Free Press. And an issue that is being examined increasingly around this country is the very, very serious issue of how the media is covering public life, whether the media is responsive to the people who buy the publications or who watch the television, or rather to the people who own the institutions, such as the Gannett company, which owns the Free Press, as well as 92 other dailies in USA Today. And that issue is true, of course, not only for newspapers and magazines, it's true for television increasingly. And in fact, as we stand here in front of the Free Press today, I think one of the issues that we will be examining, perhaps through a task force, I'm not sure yet, during the course of the year, is the role of the media in American society. And the real strong concern that we have that the media is becoming increasingly gobbled up by multinational corporations, so that there are some media experts who estimate that within the next 5 or 6 years you're going to have maybe a half a dozen gigantic communications corporations that will basically determine what we watch on television, hear on the radio, read in books, see on television, and so forth. Very, very important issue. The free press, the role of a daily newspaper in a community is, as I indicated earlier, they will determine what is the important news. If they decide to run stories and concentrate on an issue, by and large, it becomes the issue that the community is going to be talking about. And I think what we have to look at and analyze is how good a job does the free press do? Well, I think in some sense it does a reasonably good job. It is certainly infinitely better than some of the tabloid publications that exist around this country, papers that are sensationalist, that are concentrating on murders and rapes and fires and violence. The free press doesn't emphasize that, and that's good. I have been impressed, I think, by some of the editorial changes that have taken place in the last year. I think the new publisher, Donna Donovan, some of the new people on their editorial staff are doing a better job in giving a more balanced editorial reporting than I think was formerly the case. I have some concerns about what I perceive to be changes in the format in the paper, in that it is beginning to emulate, it seems to me, a little bit of what USA Today is, which is the national Gannett publication, which essentially gives you more color pictures, perhaps, shorter stories, easier to understand stories. And I happen to think that if we're living in a democracy in a very complex world, sometimes the stories are not all that easy, and they're going to be long, they're going to be complicated, and that's what a newspaper is going to have to get out if people are going to understand what's happening. Does the free press report all the news? What is the relationship, in fact, between the advertisers? When you look at a newspaper like the free press and you analyze the content, what you find is that much of the content, of course, has nothing to do with news, but it is advertising. It is commercials. It takes advertising from the business community. Does that have any impact on their news reporting? I think the answer is obvious that it does. There are some stories that the free press will not be enthusiastic about covering. And that's the case with all media, which is owned by wealthy institutions. But once again, I think during the course of this year, we will be examining the role of media, not just the newspaper, but television, in our community, and perhaps have some suggestions as to how they can be more responsive to the people so that we can, in fact, get a better understanding of what's really happening in our local society. Okay. Okay, as I think observers can note, we are now on the Church Street Marketplace in the heart of downtown Burlington. And as mayor of the city and as an elected official, obviously, one of the issues that we deal with all the time, we have in the past and will during the next year, of course, is the vitality of our downtown and, in fact, the whole economic condition of our community. Fortunately, during the last few years, Burlington and, in fact, the entire region has been doing relatively well economically. In fact, Burlington's unemployment rate for the last many, many months has been one of the lowest in the country, and I think we hover between 2 and 3%, and that's good. We have created many, many thousands of new jobs in the city in the last 5 years. I think a walk and a look at downtown Burlington, this is a Sunday, would show that the business climate here is well. Pine Street is doing very well. The Old North End and North Street is doing well, and that's important. We have a very active economic development office, one of whose functions is to stimulate economic development. And when we talk about economic development and the vitality of downtowns, in fact, look at the state. One of the issues clearly that we're going to be dealing with in the next few months is the whole question of Pyramid Mall. And to me, the issue is important not from a competitive point of view between Williston and Burlington. That is not the issue. The issue that the state of Vermont is going to have to deal with is from an environmental point of view, whether we want major malls popping up throughout the state of Vermont, which will bring traffic, air pollution, possibly water pollution, and will have negative impacts, not just on Burlington, but other major downtowns. I see it as perhaps the most important environmental issue that the state is going to have to deal with. And it's interesting that it comes about right in the midst of this whole discussion of growth. And that's also an issue that we're going to have to deal with internally here in Burlington. Because on one hand, while we want to make sure that we maintain our economic vitality, on the other hand, we want to be absolutely certain that we maintain the beauty and the quality of life in the city that the people enjoy. We're not going to tear down the entire city, and we're not going to tear down housing, and we're not going to build parking lots all over the place because it's simply good for business. What we have to do is, on one hand, maintain a strong economic vitality, and on the other hand, maintain a city that people love and are happy to live in. And that's a tough balance. And sometimes, you know, there's a lot of debate as to whether we go too far this way, too far that way. A few years ago, people remember that there were full-page ads being run in the newspaper that we are driving business out of the city of Burlington, full-page ads. And now we are having, you know, a lot of comments, well, we're too pro-development as a city. Well, how do you draw that line? That's an issue that we'll be looking at very strongly in the next few months. What role should the city take in making sure that the development that we have is tasteful development, that there's not too much development, that there's enough to maintain our vitality while maintaining the quality of our life? Very important issue, delicate issue. There'll be differences of opinion. That's an issue you're going to see a lot of discussion on during the course of this year. Okay. Hi. Okay, we are up on the hill now, and I think people can see that behind us is the Medical Center Hospital of Vermont, and over there on the left is the University of Vermont. And during the course of this last year, there has been a whole lot of discussion, as I think many viewers know, regarding the relationship of the Medical Center Hospital of Vermont to the city of Burlington. I want to capsulize some of the issues there. They fall basically into two separate categories. The issue that we dwelt on most this year was the relationship from a taxation point of view of the medical center to the city of Burlington. The history of that is that during the last 5 or 6 years, the city has, on repeated occasions, asked the medical center to provide some financial help in one way or another to the city. The medical center is a very, very large institution owning substantial amount of property, having a budget of approximately $120 million a year. In terms of its financial contribution to the city for the services that it receives, the city receives $0, not 1 cent. And over the last 5 or 6 years, there's been a lot of discussion. And essentially, the city has gotten no place. As a result of a recent Supreme Court decision dealing with a medical facility in central Vermont, the city attorney's office in Burlington felt that it was appropriate and right that the city, in fact, do away with the tax-exempt status of the medical center and, in fact, send them a full tax bill. And the tax bill amounted to some $2.8 million. The medical center opposed that, felt that what we were doing was illegal, took us to Superior Court. There was a very interesting trial that lasted for about 1 week. Superior Court Judge Meeker made a decision in which he essentially bought the entire line from the hospital, ruled in favor of the hospital, and we are now going to the Supreme Court. This issue of tax-exempt hospitals, nonprofit hospitals, is an issue not only of active debate here in the state of Vermont, it is an issue that's being discussed all over the United States now, and in fact in the United States Congress. It is very possible, not yet certain, but very possible that the arguments before the Supreme Court of the state of Vermont in this coming year will be of absolute national significance. In fact, that based on the decision of the Supreme Court, decisions will be made all over the United States of America as to how municipalities deal with tax-exempt hospitals. In a nutshell, what are the issues? To my mind, the heart of the issue is this institution really a charitable institution which deserves the subsidization, from the taxpayers of the city of Burlington? And my answer is, from the bottom of my heart, is that it is not a charitable institution. You have an institution which is headed by executives who make very high salaries, no different than salaries being made by other corporate executives. You have physicians who work here who are earning, in some instances, I suspect, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in income. You have an institution in terms of its relationship to poor people, which in fact provides very little help to poor people. About 1.5% of the total budget of the medical center goes to helping poor people in terms of free care. That, in fact, is not a lot. When Mary Fletcher originally founded the Mary Fletcher Hospital 100 years ago, she was very clear that she believed that that hospital should be providing to as great a degree as possible free care to the poor, and those people didn't have a lot of money. And for many years, in the early part of this hospital's history, 50%, 60% of the care that was being provided at the hospital was free. Free. Doctors work for free. That has radically changed now. And I think what you're looking at is, in fact, an institution which, in my view, is a very good institution. It's a very good hospital. And we're delighted and proud to have an institution of that quality here. But if we look at it from the point of view of whether or not it is a charitable institution which deserves the subsidy that it is presently receiving from the people of the city, the answer to my mind is absolutely not. Now, another issue that concerns me, and concerns many people in the state of Vermont, is that what you're looking at here is clearly not a Burlington institution. No argument about that. What you have is a statewide facility. It's a facility being used by people from New York State. In fact, more people, I believe, or an equal amount of people from New York State use this institution as from the city of Burlington. Why should one community alone be asked to subsidize it and not the general region? And that's an issue that the legislature will be dealing with. Furthermore, in terms of this particular institution, I have two other additional concerns which have been raised during the course of the year and which I expect will also be discussed by the legislature. Number one is that the decisions, the basic decisions as to the priorities of this hospital, how are they going to be spending their money? Should more of their money go to the Visiting Nurses Association, which is now affiliated with the medical center, or should more of the money go into other types of programs? Who makes those decisions in terms of expenditures? Well, the Board of Trustees makes those decisions. Well, then the next obvious question is, who are the Board of Trustees? Well, the Board of Trustees are basically some of the wealthiest and most powerful people in our community. Do they necessarily reflect the interest of elderly people, working people, poor people who are having an increasingly difficult time paying their health care bills? The answer is, I don't think so. What you have now is a self-perpetuating body where they keep appointing people of their own like. And I think that that's a real problem. There will be a bill in the legislature which will ask that the governor of the state of Vermont sit on that Board of Trustees, and I think that that's appropriate, that we have representation from senior citizen groups, that we have representation from the host community. And I think that's a concept that should go on all over the state of Vermont. It is not enough for just a small group of people to be sitting on the Board of Trustees making those decisions. Second of all, right now, if you, a member of the public, wanted to sit in on a Board of Trustees meeting and hear what the discussion was about, and maybe add your 2 cents as to what you thought the priorities are of this hospital. And the reason that that issue is important is that most of the money that we spend in terms of health care, and we're conscious of the cost of health care because it's zooming upward, most of the money is spent in hospitals. This is the largest hospital in the state of Vermont. Approximately 40% of the revenue spent in health care in the state of Vermont is spent right here. They make decisions which affect us all. It seems to me clearly that their board meetings have got to be open to the public. Right now, they are not. They can shut the door. The media can't come in. The newspapers, television can't come in. The general public can't come in. There will be a bill in the legislature now authorizing that any tax-exempt hospital now have an open-door policy where people can observe the discussions that are taking place. So the whole issue of taxation and how the hospital is being run is very, very important. It's been an issue of significant debate and discussion this last year, will be next year as the case goes to the Supreme Court. The other issue, of course, relevant to this hospital and to all the hospitals and all the physicians in the state of Vermont is the whole issue of affordable health care. In my view, the whole issue of health care in America is perhaps the single most important domestic issue that we've got to deal with. We have a crisis situation. We are one of 2 nations in the industrialized world that does not have a national health care system, which says to all of its people that because you're an American or because you're a citizen of this country, you are entitled to quality health care because you're a citizen. To a large degree in our country, health care is still being run as a business. If you got the money, you're going to have the best health care perhaps available in the world. If you don't have the money, if you're one of the 15% of the population now that cannot afford any health care insurance whatsoever, you're up the creek. Because if you get sick and you end up there, you're going to be paying off that bill for years and years and years to come. And if you're one of the many people who do have health insurance, you have Blue Cross Blue Shield, you're noticing that the cost of your health insurance is zooming upward. Ultimately, in the next couple of years, there is going to be a debate in this country as to whether health care is a right of all of its people because of citizenship, or whether in fact it's a privilege that it can primarily be enjoyed by the wealthiest people. That will be an enormous debate. I intend to play a role in it because I believe that we need a national health care system to be financed not from Blue Cross Blue Shield revenues, not from Connecticut General, not from Medicaid, not from Medicare, not from out-of-pocket expenses, but ultimately to say that in this country we've got to join the rest of the world, say that health care is a right, that it's going to be paid for out of progressive national tax sources. We're a wealthy country. And I think if we have a nationally funded health care system, ultimately we will be spending less money than we are right now. For example, in Canada, which has a national health care system, the cost of the health care inflation rate is much less than it is here in the United States. And that's because they have one source of funding, where the government can sit down with the medical establishment and say, hey, you can't be raising your rates significantly higher than the cost of inflation. That is not the case here in the United States. Doctors' bills are going up. Hospital bills are going up. It's an issue that's going to need a lot of discussion. We don't have to do it the way Canada does. We should do it our own unique way to deal with our own unique circumstances. But we've got to deal with that issue. So those are the two issues that will be, I think, continuously discussed during the next couple of years. Number one, tax-exempt hospitals in terms of their relationships to local communities. Should the local community be obliged to subsidize it? And number two, the more general question in terms of affordable health care in the United States of America and in Vermont. How do we have a health care system that all people can participate in without worrying about, bankrupting their families in the event of a serious illness? Those are the two issues. We've made a good start this year. I think a lot of people are thinking about those issues. There'll be a lot more discussion during the coming years. Okay, now we've just moved about 50 feet here, and behind us is some of the campus of the University of Vermont. And the city's relationship to UVM has also been an issue over the last couple of years, and in some ways it's a parallel issue to the medical center. There is no question that the University of Vermont has an enormous impact on our community, both in many instances a positive impact in terms of the cultural and intellectual activities which they provide, in some cases a negative impact. Most noteworthy the fact that the city is obliged to provide many hundreds of thousands of dollars of services to the university in terms of police protection, fire protection, and other city services. And like the Medical Center Hospital of Vermont, there is no real payment to the city. Last year we did negotiate with UVM some payment, which will be approximately $50,000, I believe, this year for fire fees. It's a start. Clearly we have a long way to go. So I think the issue with UVM, once again, is similar to the medical center in that with the University of Vermont, what you clearly have is a statewide and a regional facility. It is not a Burlington facility. Should the people of Burlington be obliged to subsidize the University of Vermont, or is that a responsibility for all of the people in the region, all of the people in the state? It is not a Burlington college. That's the first issue. The second issue, which is a little bit different, and one, excuse me, which interests me, is if you look at the state of Vermont from an intellectual point of view, and you say, okay, where is the intellectual leadership? Where is the institution that provides that leadership? It should be the University of Vermont. And I think it's a fair discussion to say, what role is the university playing in that regard? Is it providing that intellectual leadership? Are they asking the hard questions that they should be asking, or really are they, rather than asking those questions, are they part of the establishment themselves? Who sits on the Board of Trustees of the University of Vermont? And I think if you begin to think about that issue in those ways, you'll find, like the medical center, by the way, and there seems to be almost the revolving door policy that the people who sit on the Medical Center Board of Trustees end up at the University of Vermont, and very often they are some of the wealthiest and most powerful people in the community itself. And I think at a time when tuition is going up, at a time when the people of the state of Vermont put approximately $25 million a year into the university, I think it's timely to examine what we're getting out of that investment, what role the University of Vermont Medical School plays in terms of our state. So I think that's an ongoing discussion, and those are the two separate issues there. Number one, from a financial and tax point of view, the relationship of UVM to the city. Should the city of Burlington alone be subsidizing that institution through tax-exempt policy forced on us by the state? And second of all, the intellectual role that the University of Vermont is playing in our community. And I should point out, maybe as we leave this area, that the viewers will recall that several years ago in Burlington we placed the question on the ballot. And we said to the people of Burlington, how do you feel about UVM and the medical center paying 25% in taxes of what they would pay if they were not tax exempt? The people of Burlington voted 60-40 for that policy, but the state legislature refused to allow us to carry it out. Okay, I think you know where we are right now. We're on downtown Burlington's waterfront. We're in fact at the foot of College Street right now. And during the last several years and during the next several years, there's going to be a lot of discussion and a lot of activity taking place down here. The city's goal is to create a waterfront that can be enjoyed by all of its people. We think we have made some real progress during the last year. Let me just briefly summarize some of the activities that have taken place. For a start, the entire waterfront area, after a lot of debate over the last several years, was finally rezoned, and rezoned in such a way that I think it will protect the interest of the people of the city of Burlington indefinitely. Essentially, we are trying to make sure that there will be no development down here which will basically not allow all of our people to enjoy the waterfront. And that was a major landmark. In the southern part of the city, we have acquired for Mobile Oil Beach some 7 acres of beachfront. They were very generous and gave it to us as a gift. Those of you who have been to Perkins Pier lately will note that several oil tanks are down there and the park space has been significantly expanded. We have new playground facilities there, and that's looking better than it's ever looked before. We've got significant new beachfront property in front of Northgate on the northern end of the city as a result of a swap with North Shore developers. And where I'm standing right now, which is at the foot of College Street, next year, by next year, you're going to see a very different area. Right here, out there in front of us there, we're going to be having the community boathouse. And as I think many viewers will recall, last March, the people of Burlington voted overwhelmingly for a $2.8 million bond issue, which enabled us to make significant improvements to Burlington's waterfront. For a start, it enabled us to do work to complete the bicycle path, and that, in fact, will be done by next summer, so that we will have a bicycle path running from the mouth of the Winooski all the way to South Burlington, and that's something we're proud of. A lot of people are enjoying that. And also, we're going to be able to build the community boathouse that I think many of us are very anxious to see. And that's going to be located right here at the foot of College Street. That is going to be built on a barge. So, in fact, at some point in the future, if we want to move it, we can move it to another location. The barge was purchased in Galveston, Texas. We came here about a month ago. In fact, this week, the Board of Finance will be looking at 5 or 6 different designs for the boathouse, which will be built right on top of that barge. They'll be making a selection, I believe, this coming Monday. Work will begin immediately after that, and we hope and expect that that community boathouse will be ready for public use in the summertime. The goal of all of this activity, obviously, is to change the situation which we have here right now. We have much of the year. We have an extraordinary resource down here in Burlington's waterfront. Look across the lake, you see sunsets here that are spectacular. We have the potential to do something extraordinary. We haven't yet done it. We are making progress. More and more people are coming down to the bicycle path, coming down and using the bicycle path along the waterfront, using Perkins Pier. So we're making real progress, and I think the community boathouse will be a significant step forward. While we're on the waterfront, obviously, while we're down here, it's necessary to talk about the pollution of the lake and the work that we're doing on that. To people who have lived in Burlington or lived in this region for any length of time, they know that there has been a problem here which has existed for decades, and that is that when we have heavy rainfalls, when we have real downpours, our wastewater plants are unable to deal with the problem, and what we have is a combined sewer overflow problem in which the storm water mixes with our sanitary waste, and it goes directly, with no treatment whatsoever, right into the lake. And last summer, as many people will recall, it was necessary for health reasons to close down our city beaches on a number of occasions. We have spent a considerable amount of time and energy negotiating with the state of Vermont to work out a financial arrangement by which, once and for all, this problem will be dealt with. What we have come up with is a $52 million plan, which in fact makes it the single largest, single most expensive and significant environmental protection program in the history of the state of Vermont. We are, as the legislature convenes in the next couple of weeks, we will be working as hard as we can to make certain that we have that the legislature approves this program. We see it as enormously significant, not just to Burlington, but to everybody who enjoys the lake. And my hope is that it will be passed. We have already lined up next year approximately $10 million worth of work in the old North End and the new North End in terms of sewer separation, and the rest of the work will proceed as quickly as we can, and we would hope that within 3 or 4 years, basically the problem of the lake pollution will be over with once and for all, and that's something that we'll all be very proud of. So I think in terms of the issues that are facing the state, that's probably the most important, and it affects, obviously, how we enjoy this lake. So to conclude the issue down here, we are making progress. Next year, at this particular location, you'll see this area very, very different, and we hope that next summer we'll be having hundreds, if not thousands, of people coming down, renting inexpensive rowboats and canoes and paddle boats, sailboats right down here. There is no place right now. If you're a family and you want to spend a Saturday or Sunday down on the waterfront, there is no place down here that you can rent boats inexpensively, and that will be the purpose. Also, during the winter time, as people perhaps do cross-country skiing along the bicycle path, this will be a place that people will be able to get some hot chocolate, warm up, and we look forward to that. So we think that in the last year, we have made some significant progress. Next year, I think you'll see some tangible results in terms of the completion of the bicycle path and the construction of the community boathouse. We are now standing in front of the way station here in Burlington, which is an emergency shelter, which on any given night might have 30 or 40 residents staying here, people who basically cannot afford permanent housing. And standing here brings two things to mind. Number one, of course, the housing crisis which exists throughout the country, throughout our state and in our own city in terms of affordable housing. And what is going on is that we are seeing all over America expensive housing being built because there are certain people who have enough money to buy expensive housing, and yet we're not seeing affordable housing being built. The immediate reason, the most significant reason as to why we have approximately 3 million homeless people in the United States right now and shelters like this all over the country is essentially the Reagan administration, which has cut back on federal aid to housing, to low-income housing, by about 60 or 70%. And the simple fact is that you need a subsidization to build low-income housing and affordable housing. You can't go through the market economy and build that because it will simply be too expensive and people aren't going to have the income to pay for it. Under the Reagan administration, we've seen the cuts, and the immediate results are that 3 million people are now sleeping out on the streets. And the second issue, well, in terms of housing, we have a very serious housing problem here in Burlington and throughout the county, again, in terms of affordable housing. I am proud of what we have attempted to do here in Burlington, not only doing our best in putting significant sums of money into emergency housing, but have tried very hard, and with good success, in getting the limited amounts of federal grants that are available. We have secured not one, but 2 housing development grants. One of them has gone to build the South Meadows project. Another one will go into building, I believe, 80 units of affordable housing off Riverside Avenue. We've also received a federal grant which will significantly upgrade the low-income housing projects, Franklin Square and Riverside, that we have in the city of Burlington. Also, we have created what we think is almost a unique program nationally, being the Burlington Community Land Trust program, by which we will be able to maintain dozens and dozens, eventually, of housing units at affordable levels. Housing, essentially, that will be taken off of the speculative market and kept affordable to working families and low-income families. I think we are attempting to do our best. We have passed some good tenant legislation protecting tenants in Burlington. We've got a long way to go. The federal government has a long way to go, and the state of Vermont has a long way to go. But even getting off of the issue of housing for a moment. I think standing here in front of the emergency shelter makes us think a little bit about national priorities and why it is that in a nation which has the resources that we have to have emergency shelters while we have to have people sleeping out on the street. At a time, in fact, during the last year when the number of billionaires has doubled. Okay, so when we think about emergency shelters and we think about sleeping out on the street, we should also remember that the wealthiest people in this country are becoming richer, that we have doubled the number of billionaires which exist during the last year. Something is quite wrong about the sense of priorities in this country, about whether or not we're really creating two nations, one for the very rich and one for the very poor, or whether we're going to get our act together and try to create a society and a nation in which every man and every woman and every child has the right to live decently. And we're not doing that right now. As we conclude the show, I think there's perhaps the last thought that I have is that in some ways I think we are making progress as a nation. And I think last month, in seeing the Soviet Union and the United States beginning to come together to sit down and talk as rational institutions, rational dialogue, in trying to do something about doing away with the $1 trillion a year which this world is presently spending on weaponry, on ways to kill each other through nuclear weapons or chemical warfare, and the superpowers are at least now beginning to sit down, beginning to get rid of some of the nuclear weapons in Europe. That is a major step forward, and I think as the year comes to a close, maybe that's the point that we can look back on the last year with perhaps the most joy and the most gratitude, is that maybe, just maybe, a world which seemed to be heading toward nuclear destruction, toward more and more expenditures for weapons of destruction, is now beginning to gain an element of sanity, and understanding that we can do a lot better. We have a lot better ways to spend money in this country, okay? As we stand here in front of an emergency shelter for homeless people, we can do a lot better with our money than spending more of it on nuclear weaponry and chemical warfare, and of course so can the Soviet Union, whose economy is also in horrendous condition. The year is coming to a close. I think it's been a good year for Burlington. It's certainly been an exciting year. A lot of things on the agenda for next year. We'll be looking at the issue of daycare, affirmative action for women in city employment, a dozen other important issues. My hope is that more and more people will participate in local government. We need as much help as we can get. We need the diversity of ideas that are out there. So let me simply conclude this program, and this is the last program of the year 1987, by wishing all of our viewers a very happy holiday season and a very happy new year to come. And we look forward to being with you on many occasions next year. Thank you.
what was it like having all those singers and musicians here in one room?
It was great. Just great. You know, again, it's normally, for technical reasons, normally you would not have the band and the singers in the studio at the same time, because you want to, again, if you're wanting to get this real polished, perfect sound, you would, you know, you wouldn't want the piano being played in the same room with the singers as we had. But we decided pretty early on that there were definitely going to be some emotional advantages to having it all happening live. We felt that the performance would probably be a lot more real if the singers were actually singing along with the band right while they were putting their tracks down, and I think it proved to be true. Now, in comparison, the We Are the World recording was actually done in pieces. The drums were done, in fact, at an entirely different studio, and they brought in a tape that was virtually done except for the chorus going down into a big studio where they could get the chorus and all the media in, and they did the chorus tracks really as an overdub. So to get, you know, I think they might, it was a beautiful recording, of course, but I think they might have gotten even a little more energy out of it had the whole thing been going on live. But they, you know, there must have been technical reasons for choosing to do it the way they did. But it was a great feeling. I mean, just an amazing feeling. I mean, the power of 20 vocalists is quite extraordinary. And especially in this case, because these aren't 20 singers that are used to, you know, singing in a group. It wouldn't be like bringing in a chorus or a choir from a local church that's used to singing together. These were 20 individual vocalists, you know, who are notable in their own right as individual singers, and to put them all together, we didn't really have time to, you know, work out elaborate harmony arrangements or anything. We just sort of said, well, those who can grab a harmony on the fly, go for it, you know, just do it, and let's see what happens. So it really worked out nicely. I mean, we ended up with, I think, just the right number of people who were sort of doing scat in the background and so forth, you know. I mean, there's so many things that are out of your control. You really don't know what's going to happen until you've done it, you know. And then, of course, you can't do it 5 times. You have to get it on the first or the second take. I think the one we used was actually the second, and the energy tends to build to the second or third take, and then it's a diminishing situation after that. So you have to have your technical stuff together pretty early, and then you can, you know, hopefully get what you want on tape at that point.
Okay, and one thing that I think to understand, what we're trying to do here is deal with feelings and ideas. This is not supposed to be glittery, and it's not supposed to be fancy. It's pretty basic, down-home stuff which says something that's real. So it's not, let's make it real and let people, but we're doing something I think reasonably historic. So let's do it good, and thanks very much for being here. I'll be isolated in there, and you'll hear me and I'll hear you.
You want to take an audio feed off us? The mult box is right over there on the floor where he's plugging in right now. That's a feed right off the console. This takes a standard mic connector.
We'll get this thing so we have a sense of where the melody is, and then just get that, you know, Joanne, anybody else who wants to get those things, just, you know, in chorus. This should be loose and undisciplined. Let's hear it. Freedom, that's what it's about.
I would like to hear I'd be very migrate with a sharp there. I want to hear that.
Let's try one way.
I'll be there. Is that in there? What's the chord?
receive this? Or?
Yeah, there is. Okay, in fact, if you guys want to hear it.
Yeah.
Twist my arm out.
Are you gonna end it just like NV3, NV? Are you gonna have a retard at the end? Are you just
Going over it too much. Let's go back, put the band together, and we'll try it with everything else. And don't get
Of the many aspects of this thing which are very exciting, I think not the least of it is that we've assembled in one room many of the best musicians in the state of Vermont, and that in itself, to me, is one of the important products of this whole project. The fellow who is, Don, what is your official title? Are you the music director of sorts?
The bubble machine broke, but we're dealing with that now.
Okay. Don, what's your feeling about the project?
When Todd initially came up to me, he stopped me on Pine Street one morning and said, I want to talk to you about doing something later on this summer or whenever it was. And he said, I want to do a record with Bernie. And I said, okay, just let me know when and we'll do it. And then later on I got a tape from him of Mark Greenberg put together a tape of the tunes that you asked for. And then I sat and listened to him in the car a bunch and kept listening to him. Got to know him. I mean, I knew most of them. A couple I wasn't real familiar with. And then Mark Ransom, Jeff Salisbury, and I came in here and did a rough of the tunes, trying to get the feels that we're going to use over the past 2 days. And then we waited for you to get freed up.
This is hard work. We were here at 1 o'clock in the morning.
We were here
Start.
at 2. You guys
Is that,
were 7.
You started at 2 o'clock?
Yeah, you were 1:32. Yeah, and then we got here. We got here at 2. We were here at 2 again today too. We were here at 2 today and going.
All right, let me ask everybody while you're here. While we have, half the musicians in the state of Vermont assembled in one room. Let me ask you guys a question, and you tell me if you think I'm paranoid or not. I think that there is an extraordinary amount of self-censorship, in a sense, which goes on among serious writers and serious musicians, in the sense that it's not that you produce something that's rejected, but you don't even write it because you know it's not going to be done. All right, who wants to talk to that?
You're absolutely right. I mean,
take the mic.
Well, I'm sure other people. Okay, well, yeah. What happens is that if you want to stay viable as a commercial entity, you don't do stuff that you don't think will, if it won't sell, you don't touch it. And therefore, you do write what you think is going to work, what people will listen to. But then again, your audience sometimes, they're funny too. They don't necessarily want to hear what's right. They just want to hear what they want to hear. So you get caught in a bind.
Am I right in thinking, what gets me excited about this project, what I love about music, and I have to tell you, I'm not a musician, believe me, as I'm sure you've heard, is when music or poetry comes from people. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. When you see kids, we go into the schools and we see kids writing their feelings and their perception of the world, I think almost by definition that's good. And it seems to me that we have very, very little of that goes on in the mass media today. Basically, it's canned. There's a mechanism, there's a style, there's an approach, and you fill in the blanks. They've already determined what's going to be in it.
What astounds me is if you look at the world, just at the problem, some of the songs, with the content of the songs that we're dealing with today. The literal fact is that we've doubled the number of billionaires in America in the last year. Okay, you got some people, one guy's wealth grew by $4 billion. One guy is now worth $8 billion. Okay, and you get people sleeping out all over the streets, all over America. Okay, how come musicians aren't writing about that? And I think the answer is not the fault with musicians. I think there are thousands of serious and good writers. But I think they say, why the hell should I write that? Where's it going to go anyhow? Is that true?
They are, but there is an underground.
There's a lot of
There's an underground. Yeah, there's an underground of musicians. You know, in the folk world, there's folk festivals that just don't get media attention, but there is an underground network, and it's just in the recent travels that I've made, I've found that there are people writing those songs, but they're just not getting put out there. And
there's another interesting thing about that too. In the you can hear message music, as it were. You can tune into that show, Top of the Pops, and they'll put on a group that has a great message song, and then they'll follow it with complete bubblegum.
That's a British show.
Yeah, well, it's from London and Los Angeles, and it kind of dulls the message, and one band's playing pablum and the other's playing this hard-hitting stuff, and then somebody's doing something. If you don't contain your message in a meaningful medium, as it were, in other words, if it isn't enclosed in a space that has meaning, then it loses its meaning.
Let me ask a question. Give me a joke. I bet somebody $10 on this, so we'll see if I'm right or not. I think that the song "The Banks of Marble," the way we recorded it, is not going to make the radio stations. I don't think commercial radio stations will put on a song which talks about the fact that some people are making millions off the exploitation of other people.
I think Louis Manno would play it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bet on it. No. Well, we'll see. I mean, it'll be interesting. Now, what makes it unique, obviously, is that, we are known in the state of Vermont. Will they not? I mean, you have 3 television stations here tonight. Will they not play it? I'll be interested. And of the songs, we did a song, I don't think you heard it yet, but it came out really nice. It was Where Have All the Flowers Gone, okay? I think that song will be allowed on the air because peace is okay. You're allowed to talk about peace. Okay? Most people in one way or another are sympathetic to peace. But class struggle, you see, the fact that some people are exploiting other people. Some people have billions, other people have nothing. It is such an absurd proposition that people are allowed to have billions when others are starving. There's no one can give a rational defense for that. And I bet you that song will not be played very much.
They'll play it on NPS.
Oh yeah, maybe. I'm not saying that some stations will not, but I don't think it'll make the general mass media, the commercial media. They don't want people thinking about these things, and it's unbelievable the degree to which censorship exists. We talk about Russia and all that stuff. I mean, that's something
I was telling you about this guy, Billy Bragg from London, who was, in Newport this summer. They wedged in between Bonnie Raitt, who's, really popular, who did a lot of stuff for the nuclear war and stuff, her movement stuff was kind of a homogenized political thing. She's got her own convictions and stuff. They put him in between Bonnie Raitt and Judy Collins. And Judy Collins' thing was so like Vegas. It was really strange. She was going, I'd like to talk about my newest American hero, Senator Daniel Inouye, and everybody's going like, what's going on? It's like, what is this about? And it was very strange. She started singing like God Bless America, and it was really weird. But before that was Billy Bragg, who came out with, his combat boots on, black, a T-shirt, a guitar with an amplifier cranked right up, singing about, the workers in London and all the socialist things that were going on over there. It was just people in their lawn chairs kind of squirming around and going, whoa, what's this about? Whereas like Newport, the whole basis of Newport was, folk music. I mean, that was where Dylan got, stuff thrown at him. And now it's like, it was like just a great moment. The police came up. It was really strange because all day long people were able to come up to the fence right up front and kind of check everything out. When Billy Bragg came on, the Rhode Island State Police kind of just got real uptight, and it was this real weird vibe, and we just had to kind of cool that out. He got out there and was like talking about Nicaragua, talking about all the corporate stuff going on. It was pretty amazing, and a lot of people were, it was a real big moment there for folks.
It's a funny, obviously, I'm in public life a lot, and I hear a lot of things, and there are certain things, messages which are allowed to get out, and there are certain messages which are not. And the class issue, you can talk about the environment, you can talk about the desire for peace, You can talk about opposition to contra aid. But if you get on the air and you say, I'm sympathetic, not if you get on the air, but if you're a public official, I'm sympathetic to the Sandinista government. I think it was right they made their revolution. They're trying to do the right thing. No good. There are probably 3 people in the entire United States Congress who would hold that view. All right? You can be against contra aid. That's legitimate, okay? But you can't be pro-Sandinista. And you can't. But the real bottom line of all these things is the class issue. That's the one that they're very, very sensitive about. Wealth and power, who controls the world, who owns the world. There was an interesting article. Of course, it doesn't make the mass media either. It was a study that came out that shows 0.5% of the American population now owns 45% of the wealth. 10% own 83% of the wealth. Now, you're not going to hear that talked about. What it means, after all is said and done, a few got it all. They own every goddamn thing. The media is becoming tighter and tighter. Gannett owns now 91 daily newspapers. Okay, they own cable television. You know, and those issues you're basically not allowed to talk about. Now and then they'll put it on, but basically those are themes that they don't really want to hear about.
I hope, you know, having you in here and having people, everybody's been around, we all know it's great having everybody in one place. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of these folks for a while, and we've all getting together on this great thing is really nice, and I hope Todd kind of gets the idea that we can do a little more of this kind of thing. You know?
Todd, are you listening?
But, you know, I mean, you can put any, like, 3 or 4 or 5 of these people together in one room and come up with a great piece of music. You know, it just takes a while for that to sink in, and it'd be a great thing to happen.
You know, without trying to be, maudlin about this or overly sentimental, if out of this night comes the confidence on all of our parts, more in yours than in mine, that you can do serious thing, that you can, whatever it is, your own feelings, and you can fight to get it out, that we can, your music can get out the way you want it to, rather than shaping your music to fit other people's desires, to the degree that this does anything in bringing that about. I think that would be fantastic. And the fact, as Don mentioned, the fact that we brought so many, Christ, I don't know that we've ever had so many good Vermont musicians in one room at one time, and that in itself is fantastic. So, who knows, maybe, I don't know.
We'll get you a gig at Nectar.
Yeah, right.
You gotta go on tour now. It's narrowed down to just about that, I mean, to work in the state, I mean, I haven't played out, like tried to support myself by playing out for a while now, but I know from Danny and Mark and Joanne and, Mike, I mean, everybody in this room is, everybody here is still, knocking their head trying to get a gig around here. I mean, it's really narrowed down. When the mud season comes, there's no work. After the foliage season, there's no work, You got to wait for the snow to fly, and then you're dealing with some real dangerous shit on the highway, I mean, you literally, that's right.
Nectar's is the only place that you can play original music in town.
Is that right?
I mean, as a local music, I mean, you have your bigger acts come through Hans the Flynn and everything, but Nectar's has kind of become the place where you can sing your own songs as opposed to the radio, the covered material. Right. It's hard to get work.
But outside of Burlington, it's like what gigs are there? I mean, if you think, where are you working?
Then you're playing the circuit,
What circuit? There's no circuit. There used to be a circuit 10 years ago, man. There's no circuit anymore.
Well, but you're still doing the top 40, pop tunes, and you might be getting paid more, but your opportunity to play original music is still just as nil.
Yeah. Well, remember that gig we did up at Smugglers at one time where we had the band with Brian Curry. There's a band, and then this guy starts wheeling in these huge speakers, man. It was like, what are these things? Oh, this is the DJ. So after the band was done playing, this guy was up there spinning records. We're going, no, this is really great. That was really and the guy, his DJ thing was louder than the band. And it was pretty wild.
It's interesting to see what happens when the classes start to break down. When economics are such, everything starts to shuffle out, to see what happens to people, if they're going to be open to what is truly happening, or it'll probably split right down the middle. There'll be those who will be open, and there'll be those who just want to take off for a vacation, be it some kind of musical avenue.
But all we're trying to do is to find a few people that don't sit in front of a TV set 28 hours a day.
Yeah.
Well, those are the very few people who are still listening to music.
There are a lot of people that are telling the truth in music. Groups like U2, Bruce Cockburn, very popular, very strong messages. But the people who need to hear those messages aren't hearing them. I mean, a lot of young people are getting the message, but they probably are attuned to it anyway. But the people sitting in front of the TVs watching pro football, drinking beer, are not hearing those messages. So that's the big problem. There's such a cultural gap between those who are in tune with the power of the true music that's happening and those who aren't. So we have to try to bridge that gap somehow.
Yeah. You have to set up a viable commercial network, somehow sort of radio network. That would
Let me tell you something. One of the things that we in Burlington are spending a lot of time on is that thing, okay? Now, at this point, I'm not going to tell you that it competes with Channel 3, but I think we're getting a bigger viewing audience, and the degree that we can produce good local stuff that people are going to watch locally, and they're going to watch each other, And we're having, going from local football games to local music. So we take that access business very seriously. We're going to put money into it and energy into it. Okay, I suppose we musicians have got to get back to work or something.
There's something about this project that I think has to be said, and that's that when you put out a project that has a purpose that's bigger than just promoting the personalities involved in it, when you put out something that has a message going out to the world about these issues that Bernie's concerned about, and he has, presented them in a way that I think has certainly reached all the people involved in the project who maybe some of them perhaps hadn't connected their medium of music to some of these issues. In other words, you get caught up in playing nightclubs and stuff, 5 days a week, and you start to lose sight of the big picture, of the power that a person who is in the performing arts has, the potential power that they have to change the world, that they don't really acknowledge a lot of the time. Not that we all have to be, running around trying to improve things, but the point is that if you're going to be on stage and you're going to be singing about something, you might as well, make it something that's going to make the world a better place. And that's really kind of the fuel that has really accelerated the project. In my own mind, the project started as somewhat of a whimsical idea. I didn't really plan that it was going to turn into a political or social statement. That was really Bernie's energy being infused into it. Quite frankly, my original concept was quite a whimsical one that, let's get this mayor, who we all know is deadly serious about most things in this life, who doesn't crack jokes very often in public places. Let's get him in the studio with a band and have him do, I didn't know what his favorite music would be at that point. I thought, maybe he's into Frank Sinatra or Bing Crosby or something, and let's have him do some crooning. I mean, that really was the level that it was on originally, and it seemed for a while so ridiculous that I thought we can't ask Bernie to do this. This is absurd. And eventually we sort of tempered the idea and thought, well, maybe there's some music out of the 60s or something that he would be into that would in some way relate to his thinking. And of course, as soon as we approached him with the idea, then a whole list of songs came right out, boom, 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 and the Pete Seeger material and the Woody Guthrie material. These were ideas that I would not have directly connected Bernie to right off, but in fact, once he mentioned them, it made perfect sense. So that's really, it was that initial contact with Bernie that really gave the project some shape. And it was also at his suggestion that we brought in so many Vermont artists. I was thinking originally, let's just put, a 5-piece band behind him. The idea of the big chorus was really something that Bernie inspired. He started thinking in terms of, well, let's make this into a Vermont musicians thing, not just Bernie's album. Obviously, Bernie's name being on it helps give it an identity, and it helps, it helps make the thing marketable, of course. But it's also a chance for all these artists who are somewhat disconnected from each other in a lot of ways, and even competing with each other for the little bit of work there is up here for a band. It was an opportunity to bring all those people together and have them, do something that really had a big reason to be done.
Put their lives on the line, believing that freedom and human dignity were often more important than life itself. Spartacus believed that when he and his followers took on an entire Roman army, rather than to submit once again to enslavement. And Harriet Tubman believed it on those dark and lonely nights when she risked her life over and over again, leading her brothers and sisters out of bondage on the Underground Railroad. And the workers in our country knew it when they stood up to the bosses and the government and fought to create the unions that would provide them with decent wages and decent working conditions. Freedom, dignity, the willingness to stand up against the mighty and the powerful, the human spirit, strong, resilient, alive, passed on like a torch from one person to another, from one generation to another, from one nation to another. The human spirit, may it never be extinguished.
So if you're into tree planting, that's April 25th. On May 2nd is a green-up day. And what's special about this green-up day is the city's landfill is going to be open free of charge for city residents who are non-commercial, obviously. We don't want commercial haulers to use it on that day. But if you're, if you live in the city of Burlington and you want to clean out your attic and clean out the basement and get the crap out of the backyard, May 2nd is the day, because you can take all of your stuff down to the landfill free of charge. On that day, we're also going to have volunteers working with the Parks Department and the Public Works Department, going throughout the city, getting rid of the litter that's in the city. When the snow melts, you begin to see a lot of things that are not very attractive.
Yeah.
So we want to clean up the city on that day. We want to clean up the waterfront area, the parks, and we'll be assembling here in City Hall. We'll have the implements that will be needed. We'll have plenty of plastic trash bags. And again, we're going to need volunteers to make that project a success. For those people who might not know where we are, it is not a bird sanctuary. It is the Burlington landfill. And this, in fact, is where all of our garbage goes. Last night, actually, today being Saturday, I was watching the Nightline on ABC, and they were talking about the national crisis of how communities get rid of their garbage. And this is a problem that we have been dealing with in Burlington for the last 3 years. I think that it is fair to say, and honest to say, that up until 2 or 3 years ago, the Burlington landfill, in fact, was not being run terribly well. But in the last 3 years, we have, as a result of putting pressure on the street department, and then as a result of the reorganization of city government in terms of developing a public works department, we now are running this landfill, we think, perhaps as well as any landfill in the state of Vermont is being run. We're very proud of it. This whole area right here, which is now grassed over, a few years ago used to be not very well kept at all. And the amount of open space where garbage is going in is very limited, and that's obviously over there. Within a couple of years at most, the landfill is going to be filled up with capacity. We then have a grassy area over here, and I think it's probably fair to say that people 10 years from now will not know that this spot contains thousands of tons of garbage right underneath us. What we've done today is, as part of the cleanup effort, we have opened up for all non-commercial truckers, all citizens of the city of Burlington. We've opened up the landfill free of charge to encourage people to get the garbage out of their backyards and out of their homes. And also today, actually, interestingly enough, there's a whole new process which has been inaugurated, where there is a stand over there by the entrance where people can come in and throw it into a large crate-type thing, and that will be transported over here, so not all citizens have got to come over here. So, in a nutshell, I think we're making real progress on the Burlington landfill. It's being run well. It will be closed down within a couple of years, and right now the Public Works Department is in the process of figuring out where we're going to go next, and that opens up a whole interesting debate. But my own feeling is that we'll probably end up at another landfill in another site, and that's what's going to happen.
What's going to happen out there? Does that stay like that forever, or?
Well, what you're looking at over here, that's a whole other story, and that's of course the Burlington intervale. And the city owns many hundreds of acres, and the intervale is the last really wide open space in the city of Burlington. And in truth, that's an area where we have not focused enough attention on in recent years, and we're beginning to look at it a lot harder than we used to. My strong feeling is that we want to keep that space open for the future. In fact, the last working farm in the city of Burlington is, of course, down there. It's owned by Rena Corkins. I hope very much that that farm will stay in agriculture in years to come and not be used for other types of development. But at some point, what would be very nice to do is to take a tour of the intervale. It's an extraordinary resource, and I think many people in the city of Burlington are not even familiar with what we own down there. We have hundreds and hundreds of acres. There's an area there that borders right on the Winooski River. It's a good area for picnicking. It is the wild area in the city of Burlington. And actually, in a few moments, we're going to head down to the McNeil wood chip burning plant where we're giving out free wood chips today for people who need that promotion. And we could take a little bit of a tour of the area. But for people who may not know it, the city of Burlington owns hundreds and hundreds of acres of open space down in the intervale. It's really a great place to go exploring on a Saturday morning. And it's an area that we're going to have to do some real hard thinking about to make certain that it remains open and that it remains wild and it remains available for recreational purposes. But once again, this is the landfill. It's being run today better than it's ever been run before, and it will be phased out within a couple of years. And here is a wild animal, looks like a cocker spaniel, coming here to get interviewed as to how he feels about this. Hey, come here. Want to say hello to the people? No. Camera shy. What can we do? Okay. All right, we're ready to move. Okay. Okay, this is Tom Moreau, who works with the Public Works Department, and in fact, Tom has the responsibility for making certain that this landfill is being run well. How long have you now been in charge of the landfill, Tom?
Since January of 1986, for about a year and a half.
Okay, I've been mentioning to the people that in the last couple of years, we've seen some significant transformation as to how this landfill is being run. You want to tell us some of the highlights as to what's happening now?
A couple of the major things that we've done in the landfill is two major pollution control measures. If you can see the white lines, the poles coming up around the rim of the landfill here, that is a methane collection system. In this building down below, we have installed a vacuum pump. That vacuum draws upon a pipe which is connected to all the pipes that are in the ground, and therefore any methane that may be able to escape from the landfill is captured, brought and burnt and destroyed as it leaves.
Okay, so what we're seeing there, you can see actually the vapors are rising. Is that correct? And there's the fire right there.
That's the fire there. That is the methane that's being generated in the landfill and being destroyed via the flame.
Okay, Tom, I know that there was discussion here, and certainly there's discussion nationally about the possibility of trapping that methane gas and using it for a productive purpose. We're not using it particularly productively over there. Economically, does it turn out not to be viable here?
Essentially, we have an RFP out that will be looking at that. What we had to do, because of some court action, we wanted to put in certain systems immediately, and our first emphasis was to control the methane migration from the landfill and not to capture it for an economic recovery. That will come, and I think this landfill has suitability for that.
You do think so, economically?
Yes. In the short term. It all depends on how much garbage you have, how long it's been there. The second major pollution control measure that we have in the landfill is along the northern slope and the western slope. We've dug a 10-foot trench lined with rock and with pipe, and all the leachate that's generated from the landfill is captured in this, and a pump station down below pumps it up to the sewer on Manhattan Drive, where it's treated at one of our treatment plants.
So essentially now the leachate is not leaking into the down below into the
yes, into the water table, the groundwater table. It's predicted that 85 to 95% of the leachate generated at this landfill is generated from percolation or rain or snow melt, and we're capturing that and sending it to one of our treatment plants for treatment. Those are the two major control measures that we have done at the landfill, and the other things we've done is mainly cleanup. You can see the whole bank along Manhattan Drive has been bulldozed, seeded. There used to be car bodies, refrigerators, boats, all sorts.
This whole road here is reasonably new, isn't it?
This road is new. We're trying to get good access up into the landfill for all the different people. And so we've also done a lot of aesthetic work. We've put in litter fences. If you see the green fences around, they're all just trying to catch papers on blowing days. The landfill is rising in elevation, therefore we're more susceptible to the winds, and also more aesthetically to people. They can see it more because it's no longer in a hole. It's getting higher and higher. And we try to build the lifts, and what we've just done here is a lot of people we're coming into the landfill with their personal cars, and on muddy days this gets difficult in the landfill. So what we've done is we've made a ramp and put a trash packer in here. And periodically during the day and during the week, a hauler will come in, pick this up, bring it into our landfill, and it keeps a lot of the personal cars out of the landfill.
So essentially now, for the smaller vehicles, for the regular cars, they don't have to go tramping through the mud and throw the stuff in. You can just dump it right into that thing.
They'll have a good hard road. They'll be able to come out and dump it right into the dumpster, and then from there.
So, what do you think? There's another couple of years left in this?
About.
Well, I congratulate you and the department for making the very significant improvements that have been needed. So not only is it aesthetically a lot more attractive and a lot less garbage is flying out, but we have now captured the methane gas. Now the real trick is to see whether that can be used productively, we can get some revenue back from that.
That is correct, and the city and the department is looking at that currently.
Does that flame go 24 hours a day?
365 days a year.
It's our eternal flame to garbage.
That's right.
May I ask, how do you burn it without going out of control?
The vacuum pump that sucks the methane out of the ground is set at a certain rate, and so it only brings so much gas to the surface at any particular time. And so that's controlled. We have valves on the whole system. Each well, if you can just see the little black box between in front of it, is a valve. And so our technicians go in and adjust the valves just enough where we're removing just enough methane, and we can burn it under control.
Is there much of a fluctuation in
Yes, there is.
Really?
There's a major fluctuation depending on the frost cover on the landfill. So if the like most earth, it breathes, but when the earth can't breathe, especially during the winter months, or as we've compacted the landfill better and put better cover material on, it forces more methane into the gas extraction.
But on a day-to-day basis, everything being equal, there should not be.
Actually there is. It depends on moisture.
Also.
What I was thinking, methane gas is a type of gas that almost is like gasoline. Turn around, can it explode if it ain't controlled?
Yep. Yes, it can. Methane is an explosive, but not underground because it won't get those kind of concentrations. But that's how come, the whole site is locked up and everything's totally controlled.
Listen, Jane, you should introduce yourself to the viewers. This is Jane McDougall.
I know him from St. Joseph's.
And Jane has been working with the city and helping us out in a volunteer capacity.
And as well as cities.
Let me finish, all right? In the last few years, in helping us making the city aware of the problems of the handicapped.
That's right. Handicapped accessibility on the sidewalks, and as far as getting the old broken up to get brand new, and making it into more accessible, to turn around and to get better painted crosswalks so anybody, not just the handicapped, anybody can see where they go, because they're partly fading away and they need to be repainted every so often, so many times a year, because of the rainwaters and the snow and the salt deteriorate the paint.
Absolutely right. But that's another division of Public Works that we have to talk to. That's not Tom's problem.
Well, no, I didn't say it was Tom. I'm just saying, just boiling down to that, as far as maintaining the city streets, crosswalks, and sidewalks, and refixing the broken.
That's right. Hi, how are you? Good. Well, we have a special surprise.
And it also has to be cycled.
Okay, today at the landfill, the Public Works Department has been giving out some literature explaining why, in fact, fees have gone up quite significantly, and they have. Now, we knew that a couple of years ago, because of mandates placed on us by the state government, and because of our own inclination, we wanted to phase out this landfill and make it as environmentally sound as we could, and that's an expensive proposition. We placed on 2 occasions bond issues before the people. In both instances, we got an overwhelming majority, but we didn't get the 2/3 that we needed. In one instance, we lost by a few tenths of a percentage point, if I recall, right? So in order to come up with the money to phase out this landfill in an environmentally sound way and to deal with the methane problem that Tom was talking about and the leachate problem and other problems, it costs us money. And what the Public Works Department has been giving out today is some literature explaining to the people where the money is going through their increased tipping fee. Tom, do you want to maybe go over this diagram a little bit?
Fine. What you'll see is the greatest percentage of the fees will go to capital projects. That's to pay back the pollution control measures. Roughly 39 to 40% of our fees are going to pay for the leachate control system and the methane control system. The other major block you'll see here is the fill and cover material, which is roughly 26% of our cost. Unlike a lot of the area landfills, Burlington has to import all its cover material. We go out to bid yearly, award the bid, and then it's trucked in on a daily basis. And then you'll see down here a very large 10% of our fees is now going to investigate new alternatives. We're looking at all the city's investigating various alternatives for the future, the long-term solution of our solid waste problem. And then the remaining approximately 25% of our cost is just going into actually running the landfill. The salaries, the utilities, and the maintenance. But notice also that roughly 5.6% of our total budget is going into a recycling effort. And the hope is that if the city of Burlington can significantly reduce the volume of trash that has to go to the landfill, it will significantly also reduce the cost of operating the landfill.
I mean, the first point that I want to reemphasize is that if you run, there was a time in this state's history and all over the country, people would have a big hole, you throw your crap into it, it was very cheap. The result of that is that you have polluted water, the possibility of toxic waste getting into people's drinking waters and so forth. So in the last number of years, there has been obviously a significant increase in the consciousness of people about the environment and about landfills, excuse me, Jane, and about the impact of landfills. And what Tom is telling us is I think what everybody understands, is that it is a very, very expensive process. Right? This landfill today is being run in a much more environmentally sound way than it has ever been run before. However, as a result of that, we are spending a significantly more money than we ever have before. Now, we are thinking, as we leave Burlington to go to another landfill, having an engineered landfill and a state-of-the-art landfill, and that is going to be a very expensive proposition because we're going to build in the beginning all of these things that we have just put in here in the last few years. Make sure that the leachate is collected. Make sure that the methane gas is collected and used effectively. And that's not cheap.
That's correct. The state-of-the-art landfills now, Burlington on an average is paying $22.40 per ton. To give you a range in New England, that's on the very low end of the scale. Philadelphia, just for comparison, for some large cities, Philadelphia is paying around $100 to $120 per ton to get rid of their trash. A lot of the New England landfills are into the $20 to $60 range per ton.
Okay. Now, one of the things here which this piece of literature mentions, which is important and mentions to the people what we are trying to do, is increase our ability to recycle material. And recently, the city has appropriated some money to that effort, and a young lady named Veronique Collier has been hired to help coordinate our activities. How are we doing in that area now?
Essentially, what we're the first step in the recycling effort will be to determine markets, what can be readily recyclable, what are people's attitudes towards recycling, and establish a program in which we can effectively target certain areas, whether it be newsprint, right, computer paper, office paper, cardboard, glass and bottles, cans, and essentially we're just doing the upfront work of trying to locate markets, look at other successful programs across the country, determine cost, and then when we implement our program and go to the citizenry, we will have a program in place that will tell us, yes, it is effective for us to do it, and this is how much waste reduction we'll see.
Recycling is more complicated than it looks on the surface, because the fact of the matter is, unfortunately, especially I guess in New England, it is not quite so easy to sell the material and even break even. It's a losing proposition, as I understand that.
In fact, if one was to recycle newspapers effectively, what the data that I have seen in recent literature is that most of the people would have to work for sub-minimum wage in order to be cost-effective to recycle the newspaper. But there's a difference between price and cost there.
Right, exactly. That's the point that I want to get into. Now, to what degree does that equation reflect the fact that tons of stuff will not be coming into the landfill and that saves us money?
Well, if you can look at it like it's costing Burlington $22.40 per ton to run a landfill, if you cut down that tonnage, not only will you get dollars for the newsprint or whatever that you're trying to recycle, that you also have to factor in the cost of what would have cost to put it into a landfill.
Right, and keeping the landfill open for that much longer.
For that much longer, yes. And those are the kind of equations that we're working on now, setting up the entire program to see if we can get an effective program for the city of Burlington.
And also what's interesting is that markets to some degree are dependent upon the location you are in the country. For example, out on the West Coast, they're able to ship various recycled products to Asia. Is that correct?
That is correct. One of the things that you're going to see is it might be nice for Burlington to want to come in and recycle all its bottles and cans and recycle all its newsprint, but Burlington alone in the New England market is just not sufficient. Right. And so therefore Burlington may have to bring some of its recycled material as far as way as Delaware or Washington, D.C. or Baltimore area, and that really makes it cost prohibitive to try to recycle.
Now, do I understand correctly that on the West Coast, what, they send glass to Japan, is
yes,
it?
Yes, they send, the West Coast, is, because they have some more concentrated markets, has been able to significantly have greater recycling than we have, mainly because of some of the Asian markets.
Okay, this is George Tabo, who is my assistant, the assistant to the mayor, and George has been very active in the whole beautification effort, and we should point out that what we're doing today is part of an overall beautification project, which was very generously aided by the Howard Bank. They have their sign over there, and the Howard Bank contributed $18,000 to making this beautification project a success. Last week, we had approximately 150 or 200 volunteers out planting trees throughout the city, and this week, of course, is the cleanup effort. And as part of the cleanup effort, we're also dispensing free of charge wood chips, and we're here at the McNeil wood chip burning plant. George, what's that idea about?
We have a 100-ton pile behind us, Bernie. We have to get rid of by a little later today. I think this is going to be used a lot of flower gardens, hedges around the city, trees. People are going to be mulching some of the trees that we planted, and also trees from a couple of years ago that are still doing very well. It's a kind of a bark mulch. The electric department has kind of put it over here near the gate for us, and people have been attacking it since 8 o'clock this morning.
Okay. And this stuff, what, becomes very good fertilizer, is that correct?
Well, it'll break down over time and feed the soil, but it's basically used to, cover the ground and keep the moisture in and block out weeds, and it looks attractive, too, in a lot of places. It does look very attractive. Okay, this pile was 100 tons.
Good.
And we're trying to get that down to 0. We started with a 25-ton pile, and I thought that we would need more, so the department brought out some of their big equipment and put some more of this over here. So this is the kind of a wood chip. They usually do not burn this. This is kind of a discard. It's more of a shredded material, bark mulch. It's actually much better for mulching, what people are going to be using it for, than the real wood chips.
Good. Good. Okay, we have some hard-working people up there. This young man over here. Glad to see you doing some productive work. We have 2 people who occasionally pose as the Economic Development Director and the Treasurer here.
Well, this is a lot easier.
This is a lot easier than pushing papers. Is that correct?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Good. Okay. Good enough. Now, behind us, you can see a number of cows and an old farm and some people working on the farm. So the question is, are we in Franklin County? Are we in East Montpelier? Are we in southern Vermont? Where are we? Well, the answer, of course, is we are in the city of Burlington, and this is the last active farm in our city, and it's owned by Rena Corkins. And in fact, you can see a little bit of the old and a little bit of the new, because right across the street is the McNeil wood chip burning plant. And I think sometime within the next couple of months, or maybe even sooner than that, we're going to come down and do a little bit more talking about the intervale in general and about Rena's farm. But did just want to mention to the people as we pass by this area that there is one active farm remaining in the city of Burlington, and that's Rena's farm, and that's where we are right now. It is a dark and dismal Saturday, today being May 23rd, and our hope had been to go out on the streets and just chat with people, but I think what we're going to do instead is go into the parks around the city and see some of the progress that we're making and talk about some of our hopes for the future. This is South Park, right here in the south end of Burlington. And it's one of the larger parks in the city, and 2 years ago the city put a substantial sum of money into making major renovations in this park. And some of the renovations included 4 new tennis courts over there, 6 new basketball courts. We tore down what was there before and rebuilt that, and that's a lot nicer than it was. And we also have 2 new playgrounds for children. One is over there behind the warming hut, and another one is over there. And the Little League field continues to be used by the kids, and that hasn't changed much. During the last few years, we have made as a major priority in the city rebuilding our park system, and I think that it's fair to say that today the Burlington parks are in better shape than they've ever been before. And one of the reasons that we've done that is that we understand that in a city it's extremely important to have green space and recreational areas where people can come out and have a good time. They can play ball, watch their kids play, enjoy the playgrounds. Very important for a city, and I think we're doing a pretty good job in that. So this is South Park, which has undergone a major reconstruction a couple of years ago, is today in very nice shape. You know, and one of the other things that's very interesting is that you find that the better facilities that you have, the more people are going to come out and use them. One might start off by saying, well, you just have a certain number of tennis players in the city, and that's just the number of people who are going to come out. But in fact, what you find is that when you improve the tennis courts, more people gravitate toward tennis and come out. And that's the same with the basketball situation. I think we have more people using the basketball facilities in the city of Burlington now as we have improved those facilities. So, now also, I am standing in front of an area which was just rototilled this week, and there's going to be a flower bed over here. We're planting next Saturday, May 30th, in a dozen different locations throughout the city, some beautiful, beautiful flowers all over the city. And this park will be included in that project right over here and a little bit east over there in the park. So, okay, this is South Park. This is the first park that we're visiting today, and we'll see what else we can find. Now, as we move a little bit northward, we're finding ourselves at Perkins Pier Park High. And this is a beautiful place to hang out almost any time. At sunset, you're going to see one of the most beautiful sunsets in America, right over there behind the Adirondacks. The most exciting developments that are taking place here is that last year we were able to remove some of the very large oil tanks that used to be in this location. There's still some up, but we got rid of, I believe, 2 of them, and we're able to open up this whole area here for additional park space. And as you can see, we have brought in, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 picnic tables and some benches, and that is on a nice sunny day space that is very, very well utilized. We're also have added some more moorings over here for boats, and that is also going to be taken advantage of. This area is almost the central part of Burlington's downtown waterfront. It's an area that we're very proud of, and that in a variety of ways we want to bring people down here as much as we can. Once again, you'll notice over here that there's some rototilled soil, and in this location there's going to be planted next week some very, very beautiful flowers to make this area even more attractive than it is. Further, last year, Nat, if you want to turn around when you get a chance, we have built new parking space which kept the automobiles from coming on down here. And I think that that's a major improvement. So we've kept the cars over there and allowed people free access to this area over here. Also, we now have some toilet facilities in that building right behind Ben & Jerry's, which I think makes the park that much better. So Perkins Pier Park is coming along very well. As a result of the bond issue that was passed just this last March, we're also going to be building, as far as I can understand, some playground facilities down here as well. So for the little kids, there'll be a place to play when their parents are down here. So we're making some real progress on Perkins Pier. Well, while we were talking, I grabbed my fishing rod, raced out over there, threw it in, and look what I came up with. This is an incredible thing. Now, actually, Arnie say hello to the camera. Your name is?
Arnie Griggs.
Okay, and you live in Burlington?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you catch this?
About an hour ago.
That is...
Just out of Shelburne Bay. Good spot to go.
And you're going to weigh it in a moment.
Yep.
And if the dog doesn't eat it first...
The dog doesn't get it.
Right. Okay, and you're participating in the Lung Association?
Lung Association Derby, yeah.
Okay, that's... and what is the largest fish get? What do you get for bringing in the biggest fish?
$100,000 for each category.
Well, Arnie, listen, a couple of things I would like to chat with you about. $100,000?
Yeah, savings bond for each category, lake trout or salmon.
Holy God, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
You replace the boat carpeting, you're ruined landing it.
Does that have a shot to be a winner, do you think? What do you think?
No.
I think it does. It has a chance in placing for the money, and in the last place is $1,000. So I think we got a good chance here with this fish.
Okay, well let's go. We're going to go weigh the fish now. Let's go.
I'll take that, sir.
All right.
We'll get a good weight back.
You'll take the pieces of steel that he put inside there out, right?
Lead.
Okay.
A lot of lead.
Lead, is that it? 6.8. Is that the largest one you've caught?
Largest lake trout we've caught there. Six, not bad.
6. What's the winning weight so far?
The biggest one is around 9-pound lake trout, and the biggest salmon is 7 pounds. The biggest salmon so far, counted in the first day, is a 7-pound salmon, and the largest lake trout is around 9 pounds plus.
How long has the contest been going on?
Since yesterday morning at 6 a.m.
Okay, and it ends when?
It ends at 4 o'clock Sunday.
Okay. So the largest fish caught so far is about 9 pounds. Over 9 pounds?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. That's a hell of a fish. How has the fishing in general this year been so far?
Fairly good. Fairly good. The water's been rather cold, and it's been very good.
Okay. Okay. Well, good luck. See you later. Bye-bye. Okay, as we remain here in Perkins Pier, this is Scott Stevens, who's a member of the Park Patrol. Is that what we call it? Okay. And this was a program that was begun several years ago, initiated by the Burlington Police Department, and it's a very excellent program for several reasons. Number one, what it does is it provides us with law enforcement capabilities in virtually all of the parks in the city of Burlington. In the past, what we used to do is contract out with private security departments, and in fact, that did not work out terribly well. This program is working out better, not only because we have people who are officially affiliated with the Burlington Police Department, but we have many people, young people, like Scott, who in fact are looking at law enforcement as a career in later years. Scott, how many years have you been involved in this program?
It's been 3 years now. It's my
you were
third
in
year.
on the very beginning of the program?
Yes.
How are you enjoying it?
Yes, I am very much.
Okay, and where are some of the locations that you've been at during the last couple
I've
years?
worked Oak Ledge Park, Letty Park, and patrolling the bike path with a motorcycle. And I've worked here the first year quite a bit that I was here.
Okay, and what are some of the problems that you run into where you feel you need it?
Sometimes motorcycles on the bike path, we catch that quite a bit. Glass bottles is a big thing in the park. Basically the big things that we get.
Right. Now, do you feel that what I know is that people feel much better about coming down to, among other places, Perkins Pier now with full-time patrol down here. Do you believe that's true? Or?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do I understand that you're looking forward to a career in law enforcement?
Yes, I am. Eventually, within the next year, I'd like to get into someplace.
Okay.
Full-time.
And you've applied, among other places, to the Burlington Police Department,
yes, I
right?
have.
Okay. Okay, well, good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think in talking to Scott, you see, one of the things that we have been trying to do as a city is that not only are we trying to improve park facilities, but we're also trying to make certain that we have better police protection down there, because unless people feel secure, they're not going to be utilizing the parks. The truth is that this Parks Patrol program has been a very successful program. For relatively small amounts of money, we're able to hire young people who do not carry weapons, but they have walkie-talkies, and they can bring in the regular police department at a moment's notice if it's needed. But their presence here goes a long way toward deterring crime, and I think adds a great deal more security to the park system. So it's a program that's been working very well. Okay, as we head further north in the city, we find ourselves at Battery Park. And Battery Park, to me, is especially interesting and is especially important because of the major changes that have taken place here in the last 5 years. The truth of the matter is that 5 years ago, this park was a place that many families and kids did not go to because there really was a rather bad element that hung out here. What we used to have is parking used to take place right over there, and you used to have a lot of cars with a lot of undesirable characters, and in fact there was a lot of drug dealing, and some people may remember 8 or 10 years ago where there really was a real battle here between the Burlington Police Department and some people, a very ugly scene in the modern history of the city of Burlington. Today the park is in better condition, I think, than it has been for a very, very long time. We have put in new playground equipment, and in fact this year there'll be some additional pieces of major playground equipment brought in here. Furthermore, there are going to be major renovations to make the park more accessible to the handicapped, and other improvements are going to be taking place. The goal is to make this a park for the whole city and for the Old North End that people are going to come down and enjoy. During the summertime, on Sunday night, we continue the Burlington Band concerts, which have been going on for decades. And in addition to that, this year again we'll continue the Thursday night Battery Park concert series, which brings out hundreds, if not thousands, of people on a given Thursday night, depending upon who's performing. So what we're seeing here is a park which has undergone major improvements, which are part of the whole revitalization and improvement of the Old North End. It's a park now, I think, that people enjoy, a lot of positive activity, and that will continue to see more improvements. A major improvement, again, scheduled for this park this construction season, making it more accessible to the handicapped, more playground facilities and equipment for the kids. So this is a project that we're very proud of. We've made some real progress here. Your name is?
Stan Brady.
Stan, how you doing?
Okay.
Stan lives on Hungerford Terrace?
Yep.
Okay, and I see, is that your daughter?
Daughter, Jaska.
Hi, Jaska, how you doing? So what are your thoughts?
Well, it's a kind of a gray, clammy day, but it's still nice to come out and be here. Hearing what you were saying before, I agree, largely, but I do feel that it was too bad that some of the, which to some people were quote-unquote undesirable elements, don't have a place that they can go as well, and some of the behavior was inappropriate, but I'm not sure if we quite needed to close the place down as in the manner that we did. Maybe that was necessary to make things a little less scruffy, but I'd like to think that we could have a park that had room for both the neat and some of the less neat elements, so to speak.
Well, I think it wasn't a question of neat and non-neat. Obviously, the park is free, and it's open to anybody who wants to come in.
Yes,
of course,
that's true.
It is, and it always will be. The question is that we had a situation where it wasn't a question of unneat. It really was not how people dress, but it was a question of intimidating other people from utilizing the facility, and that was what the...
It was uncomfortable. I have been
you
here
recall,
for years.
You remember that, yeah.
I've been in town for about the last 17 years.
Correct.
So.
Yeah, and it's you raise an interesting point, and there's not a simple answer. On one hand, one wants to make certain that all facilities are open to all people. On the other hand, you also want to make sure that people, elderly people, for example, people with kids, feel comfortable and utilize the facility that was meant for them as well. And drawing that balance is difficult, but...
it's never easy.
It's never easy. Okay, thanks to chat with you. Thank you. We're in the process of driving down North Street to head to the Bond School to look at the new playground over there. And who do we bump into right here on Pitkin Street but Alderman Gary DeCarlis with a tree? Gary, what is going on? Why do you have this tree here?
Well, as you know, trees are of particular interest to me anyhow. And I had an extra tree that I had bought from the Kiwanis Club a couple of weeks ago. And Dickie and Bev Allen, who own our Allen Beverage Center here, had wanted a tree for a number of years. Since I didn't have a need for it any longer, I thought I'd bring it down here and plant it for them today. And as you can see, Pitkin Street is a very beautiful street, in part because of the trees that we have.
Right.
And this is just to further that aesthetic beauty by trees.
I think one of the nice things about traveling around on a Saturday morning is you never know what you're going to run into. Here's an alderman planting a tree. And Gary is absolutely right. I think this street, along with many, many others, has undergone a major transformation because of the planting of trees. All of these trees were planted within the last few years, with the exception, of course, of the big ones.
That's right. Our tree planting efforts in the last 5 years by the city have literally transformed this street into something that, from an urban desert to an urban garden. It's beautiful.
It's absolutely incredible. You know, I know you and I share that. It's just, it absolutely is incredible. It's beautiful. And these are beautiful. This is a cranberry?
That's a radiant crab.
Radiant crab, right. Yeah. Beautiful. It's an absolutely beautiful tree. And what the plan is to put it right in here?
The plan is to put it here, and this will pretty much finish off this whole side of the street. We've got crabs going all the way down, and nice maples, red and regular maples on the other side. And it's just beautiful. It's the first thing people notice when they come on to Pitkin Street today.
To me, I mean, the investment on the city's part is a few $1,000s, and it's just absolutely incredible what that does. Yeah. And 20 years from now, what you're going to see is tall trees all over the city, and it's just beautiful. So basically, with the planting of this, you'll have the tree
pretty much have finished off the whole street. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Well, I congratulate you for your efforts. That's really great.
And another nice piece of all this, it's encouraged the owners of properties here to do their own landscaping aside from all that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's true. Not only here, but all over the city. I think people just take more pride in their neighborhood when they see the natural beauty. You know, as we go around, also people are planting often little flowers around the base of the trees.
We had some 300 flowers that have just gone to seed now that came out, which made the trees even more beautiful. And that's something that people have done on their own. So.
You know, what I've always felt is that when the city shows an effort to a community that says, hey, we know your needs and we're willing to put in some money and some effort, people respond accordingly.
No question about it.
Okay, great. Okay, Gary, thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
It is absolutely amazing what can occur when you go out on a Saturday morning and just go walking around the streets of Burlington. It really is lovely. We are now in the Bond School, which is an elementary school located in Burlington's Old North End along North Street. And actually, my original purpose in coming here this morning was to point out some new playground equipment that now exists on the front, and we'll take a look at that as well. And also to point out that here in the back, which used to be a pretty pathetic area. I know there used to be a hill with a sharp decline, and in recent years we have improved that so that now it in fact is a lovely playing area, and I see some new soccer goalposts over here. It turns out in walking back here, what do we end up stumbling upon? But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 young people, all of whom I gather attend the Bond School. Is that right? You guys go to the Bond School? All right, some alumni, and okay. And also, who is here but the principal of the Bond School? And this is, ladies and gentlemen and taxpayers, we point out a Saturday morning. This is a Saturday morning. He doesn't get paid for doing this. Steve, why don't you come on around here maybe, and we'll talk to Steve Hamilton, who is the principal of the Bond School, and we'll talk to some of the young people as well. Steve, why on a Saturday morning do we find 11 young people painting a circle here in the backyard of the Bond School? Why is the principal there? What's going on? These kids being detained, have they done some awful crimes that they're paying for?
We'll see when the day's over with.
Okay, what is in fact going on?
This is actually the Neighborhood Planning Assembly from Ward 3. The proposal for this year, one part of it for playground improvement for the whole community, was to have some murals designed. So the school kind of worked a little bit in cooperation. We spent some of our funds to bring an artist, a local artist, to help the children actually design the mural that they wanted, and they decided they'd design a large sun-like shape, circle shape that we could use for games, and then also they're going to, later on, we'll paint a huge picture of Vermont on here, and maybe at different times paint some of the products or animals that live in this state and some of the places that children have visited on different field trips. So it's really, this is more of a community project, I guess, right now, but it's the community of our school as well.
Fantastic. So you have some kids who are in the school and some kids who have recently left the school, is that right?
That's right.
That is absolutely, absolutely fantastic. Before we talk to the kids, though, what I have noted, and I know is the fact, is that we have new playground equipment out in front, and that this backyard now is in infinitely better shape than it used to be. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's, again, as the result of, I think, the neighborhood decisions in past years and community development funds.
Okay. So I think what we're seeing here is a very good relationship between the city and the school system, and in the sense that this area is now being used more by the community, I think it's fair to say. I've gone down here some weekday evenings and seen a lot of families out here using the equipment.
I think that's right, and I think another part of this year's plan was a beginning phase of putting some of the tennis court, the playground off to the east of the school is in a nice shape, and we're going to be looking to put a temporary or movable tennis facility in there so that Parks and Recreation can have different after-school and summer
Exactly. In fact, we've just appropriated that money. Hopefully it'll be passed in the next couple of weeks.
Great.
Okay, that's good. Why don't we say hello to some of the kids, okay?
Okay.
Okay, kids, who wants to talk on television?
Got a couple people.
All right, I'll come to you. It'll be easier, I think. Now, what I do on Tuesday nights is I do a television program. It's on Channel 15. Any of you ever watch Channel 15? Okay, and that's a special type of station that deals mostly with the city of Burlington. And this is Nat Air, and Nat helps film a lot of the things that are going on. And one of the things we want to do is talk to you about why you're here and why you're doing this. And who wants to explain that to me? Who wants to tell me? Okay, this young man right here. What is your name?
Dwayne.
And you go to the Barn School?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what are you doing over here?
We're going to make a big picture out of paintings.
Okay. A picture of Vermont. And did you help decide that this would be the project?
Yeah.
Good. And would you talk about it in your class? Okay. And what's going to happen after this is painted yellow? What else is going to happen?
We're going to make a big map right in the center of it.
And who's going to help make that map?
All 11 of us.
All of you guys are going to help draw that map, paint that map? And what color is it going to be, do you know?
I think green and yellow.
Fantastic.
Another paint over it.
That is absolutely fantastic. Okay, who else wants to tell me a little bit about this project? Okay, come on. Okay, what is your name?
Tommy Duval.
Do you usually have yellow right here on your cheek, Tommy?
No.
Okay. This is Tommy Duval. Okay, so what's going on here? Why are you out painting?
So it'll make my school look better.
Okay, so how things been going at the Barn School?
Huh?
How have things been going here at the Barn School?
Good.
Good, you like it?
Mm-hmm.
So do you guys, now you're going to be painting, when this is finished yellow, I understand that you're going to paint a map of Vermont.
Yeah.
And then you're going to place in here some what, animals that exist in Vermont and stuff?
Yeah. Cities.
Okay.
A couple cities.
Good. And have you helped design this? Okay, that's really good. Did you have a good time? You having a good time doing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fun.
Well, I think it's really going to make this yellow is a beautiful, bright yellow. And I think it's going to make this playground look a lot nicer than it used to be.
Brighter.
Now, do you guys play over there often?
Yeah.
Do you remember the way it used to be? With that big hill down there? Who can remember that? Is it a little bit nicer now than it used to be?
Yeah.
Okay. Who wants to else talk to me on the... Okay, let's go. Okay, both of you guys come here. All right. Now, look, first of all, I want the TV camera to take a look at these yellow sneakers. These are fantastic yellow sneakers. So where did you buy a pair of yellow sneakers like that? That is really something else.
Here.
Okay, what is your name?
Crystal.
Crystal what?
Owen.
What are you doing here, Crystal?
Painting.
Okay, did you take part in planning this effort?
Yeah, we had a group.
And what, you discussed it in class?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And so you're also going to be working on the map of Vermont, right?
Uh-huh.
Were there any other ideas that were discussed, or was what people like the idea? What other ideas?
There's going to be 2 squares, and there's going to be a maze and a dinosaur.
A maze and a dinosaur?
Yeah.
Wait, going right into this circle?
No.
Where's the...
over there.
Where, on the pavement or over...
On the pavement.
So you're going to be painting a maze and a dinosaur, yes?
Right.
And what is the maze going to be doing? Is that going to be a place for a game, for kids to play, or?
Yes.
Okay, what about the dinosaur? That's just going to be a picture?
That's going to be like a maze.
It's going to be like a maze.
Uh-huh.
And you're going to be able to play games around that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fantastic. Okay, thank you very much. What is your name?
Jason.
Jason what?
Wheel.
I'm sorry?
Wheel.
Jason Wheel. Okay, Jason. And were you involved on the planning process here as well?
No.
Okay, you just coming out and helping?
Yeah.
Now, it seems to me you guys are making a really nice playground here, huh?
Yep.
So do you come down here on Saturdays and Sundays as well as during the week to play?
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of kids come here and play?
No.
Not too many? Okay, do you ever use the playground back here to play soccer and stuff?
Yep.
Ball? Good. Okay, so how are things going at the Bond School?
Good.
Okay. Are you looking forward to summer vacation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much, Tracy. Okay, thank you. Okay, see you all. Bye-bye. One of the fun things about doing this program, especially about going out on a Saturday morning, is that you never know what you're going to find. And what we have just found in the last few minutes is an alderman who is planting a tree across the street. We have found a principal of a local elementary school who is working on a Saturday morning with 11 kids putting in a mural in the backyard. And I think these are the little things which tell us how the city of Burlington is moving. And in especially this area, which for many, many years had been the most neglected area in Burlington, it is just a delight to see the kind of changes that are taking place and the kind of activities that are occurring. Where we're sitting right now is the front of Bond School. And what you're looking at here is some new playground equipment that had just been added here, I think, over the last year. And what you'll see if you come down here on a warm evening is you'll see parents and kids out playing here. You'll see it utilized more than just as a school facility, but it is a community facility. And I think these are elements of change that are taking place in the Old North End, which indicates a significant improvement in the quality of life. Something that I'm proud of. Okay, now what we have is North Street is behind us, and one of the concerns that many people have spoken about regarding the North Street specifically, is there aren't trees on North Street. And during the last couple of years, we have made some good progress. You can see over there in front of the Giroux store, we have 4 potted trees, and they come out and they'll be out all summer long. And last fall, I think it was, we planted 1, 2 permanent trees over here. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be planting even more trees on North Street. There are also some new trees further west. So one of the goals in beautifying the area is to plant trees in the North Street area, and we're making some good progress there as well.
Homeowners, is your boiler on the blink? Does your roof leak? The Burlington Home Improvement Program provides low and no interest loans for these and other repairs. If you're a low to moderate income homeowner in the Old North End, King Street, Lakeside, or Chase Street neighborhoods, you can get additional information about the Home Improvement Program by contacting the Community and Economic Development Office at City Hall, 658-9300, extension 197.
this is for any publication. This is the Burlington College fencing class. Actually, wasn't a repost, it was a redoublement. Redoublement is a continuation of the same action after withdrawing your arm.
JP. I thought you just like to come underneath. Oh, you're helping with a couple of those hooks. No, but you're hitting 15 foot shots like this. 16 yards. Help each other out.
Keep your elbow near your body. Keep your wrist. Keep your elbow close. Then. Everyone needs to rest.
Yeah, but the way they do Dungeons and Dragons, it really gets into it.
This is
and
level
not just
one.
acting it, not just being aware of acting it, but really, yeah.
That's why with this weapon,
That's why I look at your eyes too, instead of watching the end of your sword.
this weapon is most realistic of them all.
It's a trigger grip problem.
Well, that's a right-hand grip. one. One man, Mike. Nice job. Breathe. Break, Michael. Okay, we're coming together here. Shut up, David. Get back.
Who is playing in this game? Who are the teams?
I really don't know. We know them just by color.
There's the blue team and the
greens.
Royal Blues and the Greens.
Yeah.
I
think the Greens won this. Won that this week.
I can't remember the team that had Mark Gallagher and 2 hazard boys. No, they had. But whatever team that was, they had. I think it was probably very tough. Very tough for the kids to run against.
Don't you love them? Come on. Pretty. They really do get better.
We're playing.
Spin with them.
I
little bit.
See you later.
See ya.
Crew's playing in this game. Tony! Stop it! Get down! Good job, Tom!
Okay.
Let go!
Hi, Jamie.
Hi. Did you get me?
Gee, I probably did. Who won?
We did 4-2.
4-2?
Yeah.
Great. Have your teams got names?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what ours name is, but we were playing the Maroon.
The who?
The Maroon.
Maroon. You guys like these? The what?
Maroon.
Maroon.
We were playing the Maroon. Or the. They go by colors.
I know. I guess they do go by colors. And here's another star coming up the hill after a. That's right.
Oh.
Oh well.
What channel is it?
8.
Tonight?
Nope.
When?
Probably next Wednesday, but maybe not till the week after. It's hard to tell. But certainly within the next couple of weeks.
I was only in the one half of.
Really? I don't know. I can't recognize anyone through the viewfinder, so I don't know whether I got you or not. So you were at the wrestling?
Yep.
How'd you like it?
It was good.
It was good? Were you there for the whole time?
Yep.
Were you up close?
Yeah. Sitting on the floor right next to the sideline.
Oh, really? So can you act a little more excited about it than that? Oh. Oh, it's a save! Have you ever seen any other wrestlings? Any other wrestling events? Well, that was the first time?
Yeah.
Except on TV?
Except on TV, yeah.
So was it... What was it like seeing it live after TV?
Exciting. It was fun.
Really?
Yeah. See it in person. Get their autographs.
Fiscal in for Brooks. We're playing halfback.
Right here. Is this going to be on Channel 8 this whole game?
Oh no, just bits and pieces of it. And I'm not sure when. It'll be either sometime in this week or next week. That's the button to record, and this is Zoom. Are there two green lights on now?
Yeah, you got a green light on.
One or two?
One. I don't know. You look. Tell me. Is that green or yellow? I can't see.
school. Oh, he's not doing any work. He was taking it over there.
welcome everybody.
I got some bad news. There's a false bottom here. You got less wine than you thought. There's a hole in the bottom.
We're going to welcome everybody to the Capitalist for Bernie campaign.
See, we have not one of them here. Our attempt to ingratiate the business community has not succeeded, but we have.
One take.
You drop it, you pick. That is incredible. That is unbelievable.
What we're going to do tonight is we've made up, as you can see, a variety of desserts that we present here. And this young woman here, Diane Pigeon, is showing something like that, is the creator of all of these goodies. And we tried to come up with a variety of taste and a variety of textures and a variety of sweetness, tartness, and we'll then play with different wines with the, you'll take a taste of dessert, a taste of wine. It should be one of the most hedonistic, disgusting, wonderful things you've ever done in your life. We have a small crowd, and we had this 1832 bottle which we were going to auction, and we still might if there's anybody here that's wants to start at about $300, which is about what we figured the empty bottle is worth. Otherwise, we'll just let it sit there till another event of this kind. And I think we're going to do this kind of one at a time. I'm going to flambe a dessert which we started using about 3 or 4 years ago in the Valley, which is one of our best PR items because it's a dessert made with crushed pears, crushed black pepper, honey, 100 proof vodka, and anisette. And it's flambéed and put on a vanilla ice cream. And people go out and they say, guess what the nut's doing now? He's putting pepper in the ice cream. And everybody runs in to see what pepper in the ice cream is all about. Very good business. But it's also very good dessert.
Before we go further, first of all, I want to thank David for making the place available tonight. And also, as I was here before, at least it's my view, this is an extraordinarily beautiful place. I mean, this room is incredible. And I think he deserves a word of thanks, not only for tonight, but for bringing a real asset to the city of Burlington.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Best way to vote is come in today. Tell everybody else. What?
You have a ballot machine here?
Ballot machine, right. I hate. Never mind, I won't say it. Be crass. Let's, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start down here because we have something very unusual. This is a red dessert wine. It's one of the few in the world. And there's a very unusual grape peculiar to the United States called Zinfandel. Zinfandel is very much like what you drink in an Italian wine. It's a big, hearty grape. One of the differences is, though, that you can drink it fairly young, and Italian wines need to be like 40 years old to be really good. This is called Essence of Zinfandel. This is a white Zinfandel, which is very inexpensive, and is a really wonderful wine to drink with lunch.
David, we hesitate to ask you what relatively or very inexpensive might be. Those of us who drink $3 bottles of wine.
This is a $3 bottle of wine.
Very good.
Sold to the highest bid.
That's not exactly the truth. It cost me about $3.50, so it goes on our wine list at $8 or $9, and it goes into a liquor store at $5, $6. But that certainly is a relatively inexpensive bottle of wine. The the essence of Zinfandel isn't too bad. I think this probably goes in a liquor store in the teens. But let me tell you something about dessert wines and why they're expensive. They're not expensive out of snobbery. They're expensive because to produce a decent dessert wine, you have to put out something like $100,000 worth of grapes to get 500 cases of wine. And the reason for that is that the grapes are left on the vines a long time. And they're left until they are attacked by the weather and by a fungus called botrytis, which are really good dessert wines. And you get very few. The two most famous dessert wines in the world are Sauterne, and the most famous Sauterne is called Chateau de Quem. This is considered the closest thing to a gold bar there is in wine. And the equivalent is a Trockenbeer and Auslese, which is a German version of the same wine. They're the identical process. Trockenbeer and Auslese literally means individually bunch selected rotted grapes. The term Auslese means bunch selected. The term beer and Auslese is bunch selected and grape selected, and Trockenbeer and Auslese, bunch selected, grape selected, and only the grapes that have been rotted. And the rot creates a sugar. They have to be picked at a precise time, or you don't get enough sugar if it's early, or if it's late, you end up with losing the aromas and the things that balance the sugar. It's a real tight wire act to get a decent bottle of wine. So the stuff comes out extraordinarily expensive. You buy a cheap Sauterne or equivalent, and what it is something somebody added sugar to. These are like honey versus white sugar. No hand has made these sweet. It's all done on the vine. It's all natural. And there's the Auslese is created from Riesling grapes. The Sauterne is created from what they call Semillon and Sauvignon grapes, a white version of the real classic claret grape, which is Cabernet Sauvignon. Here is an American dessert wine. No, this could be German also. It's a Gewürztraminer, and it has a we've opened one of these already. This has an herb in it, which gives it a very peculiar flavor, but it's basically a Riesling grape. This is something very unique. It's absolutely unique. I'll tell you about it in a minute. We have there's a wine, I don't guess I have it here. It's called Sweet Nancy. It's an American wine which is made from a late harvest Chenin Blanc, which is again, it's an inexpensive wine. It's half of the grapes that go into an American Chablis. An American Chablis is not Chablis at all. The only Chablis is like Champagne. It's got to be grown in France, in the Chablis country. And it's a Chardonnay grape, whereas the American Chablis is Chenin Blanc and French Colomar combined. It's a fake, to be precise. The Americans are starting to change now. They're not faking things. They're not putting out French a wine and calling it a Burgundy, or a wine and calling it a Champagne. It's called Cabernet Sauvignon, which means it's the same grape basically as a Bordeaux. Or it's a Pinot Noir, which is basically the same grape as a Burgundy, but they're not pretending anymore that it's the same exact wine. And some of them are as good and better, but they're not exactly the same. This is a amazing little product grown in Washington, and it's an ice wine. And what this is, it's the ultimate dessert wine because they have allowed it to sit on the vines, to be attacked, to be rotted, and then for ice to form and rot the rest of it. So what you got left is about 1% of what was grown, and it's the only American ice wine that I know of. I think there was an attempt in New York State, but I don't think anything came from it. I'm not sure. This is a New York State Riesling. New York State wines are far and few between that are really good, but some of their white wines are. This is a Johannesburg Riesling. Now they can call this Riesling when you're used to it being German because that's the grape. It's not a region. This is the most reasonable dessert wine. It's called Essentia, and it's an extraordinary. This goes for about $9, and whereas anything comparable to it is 10 times the price, and it has a very apricot. You'll detect all kinds of fruit flavors in these wines, and there are no fruits in the wines except grapes. You'll detect apricots and berries of various kinds. They're really surprising. So we're gonna pour a little taste. If you really fall in love with something, we'll pour bigger tastes, and try the various desserts with it. Now I'm gonna start off and I'm gonna make this craziness that we do, and well, there's no reason everybody has to sit around and watch me do this. Diane, why don't you? Let me give you the wine to use up there. We're going to use the Essentia, which is this very apricot-y wine. And we're going to use this, which is a French Sauterne, but very young. So it's going to be a little raw, will not be quite as sweet as a very old Sauterne. And we'll use the Gewürztraminer. And Diane can start pouring little banks of these with the strawberries and various desserts we have up here while I play down there. If anybody does want to watch this, I'll be glad to show you how to do it. No, we'll do it as we serve it, I think. This is one of the very few products that we use in this restaurant that's not a fresh product, that it's in a can. But there's no way I could sit here and do this with fresh pears. We will sit and make an entire 6-course dinner at your table for you anytime you come in if you'd like. Tell us a day or two in advance, or we'll flambe desserts or coffees or anything else you'd like at the table. Let me tell you a couple things about the restaurant in terms of our philosophies. We are obviously not a cheap restaurant. We're obviously not a restaurant that everybody, either by taste or economics, is going to come running to. But we try like hell to make it accessible to everybody with a couple of philosophies. And the philosophies all center on our main courses. Our main courses are cooked with practically no fat, butter, cream, sugar, or salt. For 3 reasons. There are 2 reasons, basically. One is health, so that anybody that comes in can know that they can eat our main course and not drop dead of a cholesterol attack or sugar attack or whatever. Secondly, we price our main courses as reasonably as we possibly can, and we price our appetizers and desserts up so that everyone can afford the main dinner, and then if people want to carry on with expensive wines and desserts, go to it. But it creates an option. There are a couple restaurants around that do the opposite, where it's a very expensive main course and very reasonable appetizers, and I haven't figured out why. Pears. When I say we use pepper, I'm not kidding. There should be enough pepper in this grinder. We don't use salt because, not only because of the health reason, but because salt really doesn't bring out flavors in food. Pepper brings out flavors in food. And I lived for a long time in New Orleans, and that's the biggest influence on our food. Want Ryan to go out?
Is that real pepper that he's putting in there?
That's real pepper.
That's pepper. And it is coming out of the bottom. What goes down first, the arm or the pepper?
A lot of people say that they don't like anything that goes into this dish, but they still like the result. Janice, that? Frankly, the vodka is just to make sure that the flames. There was a guy at the Sugar Bush Inn one night that did this. Flambéed the table, the curtains, and the customers. Yeah, it ended up in a flaming lawsuit. We're still fighting.
So are you going to light that on fire?
Yeah.
I'll stand back.
This gives everything that you flambe gives off a different kind of flame. This gives off one of the nicest. In this case, one of the shortest. Usually I make this much less. Actually, it's climbing. You can't see it. I used to have a beard. This is why I don't. I've singed it a few times. Okay. Start. Use the large one. Doesn't matter what you put in. Now, when you try this, I suggest you try little bits of each of these two dessert ones. Who's first? Yeah, use the champagne glasses for the wine, and we'll use the larger ones for the flavor. Somebody's got to grab this before it melts. The spoon's right there. I promise you we serve more than this.
So did you really learn to play hockey in New York City? I saw you out there today.
I'm playing hockey all the time. It's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. It's wonderful.
That's what I say,
Delicious, isn't it?
Somebody said it tastes like a Licorice jelly bean. And it's not that hot or spicy, right?
You're right. Don't waste it on you. Yeah. I work in public radio. My husband. When everybody's jumping and headed up to eat, Serena will be playing the piano. Serena is wonderful. I like that. Hard to do.
I didn't mean a human sort of. That's what I'm hearing. But I knew what you meant because I went.
We do Manischewitz here one day a year. We do a Seder.
You do?
Yes.
You really do?
We always do.
Is this rotted and frozen or just rotted?
This one's not ice wine. Sometimes an ice wine is not the sweetest. Sometimes, in Vermont, for instance, we brew a dessert wine. You get ice before the grapes have really been there long enough to become an awesome sweetest wine. Well, there was a time. There's some people from Provincetown called the Red Inn that used to run it for us. There's been about 8 owners. We went there for Thanksgiving. We were so tired. It was very nice on Thanksgiving. You did this year? You always have a rule.
So brave for it.
I would hope you've already heard some rumors about it. I don't think you've had any unhappy.
Yeah, the guy said he was very